See, or he's got a black screen.
Okay, it's 6 o'clock. I'm going to go ahead and call our board meeting to order, and we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hollander now.
Here.
Matthew Phipps.
Here.
Stacy Selner.
Here.
Matthew Spalding.
Here.
Carrie Trask.
Here.
Tony Gostelica.
Yeah. He said he was in the meeting, but he must not be.
Kathy Willis.
Here. Okay, and then we're gonna.
Hold on, man. Do you need to let him in? He said he thinks he's waiting to be let in or something.
Brady. He shouldn't because he shouldn't be here. It's the direct line. We have a board member waiting to have access. They shouldn't need to be let in, should they, or?
I didn't get anything over here.
You didn't get anything? Okay.
Okay, so we will move on to public input. And individuals are allowed 5 minutes max each. I'll call everyone's name. If you would just say your name for the record and then also your address. And we'll let you know if you're coming close to the end. And we're going to start with Jeff Bell. Jeff Bell, if Jeff Bell's here. Sure, Jeff, come on up here to the podium.
My name is Jeff Bell. I live at 529 West Lawn Boulevard, here in Manitowoc, not too far from here. I just know a little bit about this building because I'm a poll worker here every election, and I enjoy that. I don't speak much in front of gatherings, but given the current climate, I feel I need to. I'm not Manitowoc. I moved here 45 years ago and met my wife here. I came up here. I got transferred here for business that's no longer here, and I met my wife. And we got married, and I've been on the road ever since. But I've been back now for 2 years. We came back for my father-in-law, who was 93 years young. He was a Korean War vet. He was very proud of his 4 kids that went to school here in Manitowoc. And he was proud of 4 businesses that he had here, that he had students from Lincoln that worked for him. And he would tell me at lunch, because we went to lunch every Wednesday, Given at Bud Wilman's. And he would talk immensely about students from Lincoln that worked for him back then that were so dedicated to the business, the world, and they were just great employees. 2 weeks ago, unfortunately, I gave his eulogy. And he was my father-in-law, but he was also my best friend. So we talked a lot about things. And most of his discussions were about Manitowoc. I had been on the road for so long that I didn't know much about a small town like this, but this is a great town. And he talked immensely about his 4 kids going from kindergarten to high school here, and the many schools that they had to change with, due to the fact that they moved or changes in the school system. But he loved every minute of helping out the community and providing some funds for some of the sports things that the kids did. And he also graduated from Lincoln. And I also learned that he and my wife, had the same teacher, which is immensely probably unheard of now. It really is. If some of you might remember, I asked my wife the name, and she said it was Miss Estacet. And I forget the school that she said that it was at. I think that's right. You're absolutely right. Yeah. So he talked a lot about his kids going there for school, all the way from kindergarten through Lincoln, and the Lincoln kids that he hired who were the best workers that he ever had. What we want for our kids is the same thing. We wanted what is best for them, right? And we also want for our kids for them to do better than we did, right? That's what we want for our kids. And I just came up here because I want to tell you that I support the superintendent and this school board and what they're trying to do. And I haven't worked in their shoes. And it's probably a job I wouldn't want to work in their shoes, okay? Because it's a tough job. From what things that they've come across, they've seen, they've heard, things that we'll never understand. But they're trying to do a job for us, for the kids here, and make Manitowoc what I would like is for my future father-in-laws to talk to future son-in-laws, like I had with my father-in-law, about the experiences of the school and how great it was. And I think if they continue on the same direction that they're going, that they'll succeed in it. You have my support. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next guest to come up is John Maurer.
And I don't want to say, I just came up here quickly to say, my name is John Maurer. I grew up in Kenosha and I've lived in Manitowoc 6 years now. I just wanted to say thank you to our school board for all the time that they take out their daily lives to be here for the school district and for our students. I just want to say I appreciate it and thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next guest is Linda Grotz.
Good evening, and I want to thank the school board for having the public input session at each of the first meetings of the month, and also for your hard work for the board. I've been a citizen of this district for 45 years and have 2 children who have been successful graduates of our district. This is the first time in those 45 years that I felt compelled to address the board over issues of concern. That being said, I have some concerns I wish to address tonight. Transparency. I had hopes for this board after the election talk of last year that things would be more transparent. I was wrong. The number of closed sessions has been record-breaking. I've never seen so many closed sessions by any past school board. You are averaging around 2 closed sessions a month, using a vague interpretation of a statute that addresses employee evaluation and discipline. We've been told that the central office restructuring plan needed to be in closed session because they were talking about individuals as well as new job descriptions. Organizational charts and job descriptions are not something that should be discussed in closed session. These are the kinds of things that citizens and employees need to be aware of so that they're able to voice their concerns. I've only heard one school board member question going into these closed sessions, Terry Tress. I wish to encourage him to keep trying to bring these concerns out into the open. In addition to the closed meetings, open records requests are going months before they are provided to the public. This only leads to more distrust and outrage. Success for all. The amount of money, $2.1 million for a program that is only being used in Wisconsin by 2 small charter schools in Milwaukee, is an enormous amount of money to spend on a program that's only being used by about 1,000 school districts in the whole country. This is not the magic bullet that's going to improve our scores and make Manitowoc a destination district. What I'm afraid of is that it'll take all the fun and excitement out of teaching and marginalize our staff. The curriculum is set up to control what is taught and how it's taught, even down to hand gestures. Our very best teachers are those who are spontaneous, see opportunities when they come up, and follow the lead of the children they are teaching. This is what we need to be promoting and supporting. In addition, there are many, many questions left unanswered about how this is going to look in our district. Fiscally sound decisions. It was reported that the SFA budget to send staff to the East Coast for training was going to be $360,000. Really? During a time that you're asking for $60 million for a referendum over the next 5 years? We are being told that you're downsizing the central office to make it leaner. But from what I can tell, which is hard because everything was discussed in closed session, is that it's not getting leaner, but more costly. You've added new job titles and substantial increases in pay, new high-level positions such as an assistant superintendent of schools, who works remotely from Michigan about half of the time, and whose salary and benefits is around $191,000 a year. And we haven't even seen the contract for next year. Also, there have been some concerns that she does not have the proper license to do all that she is tasked with doing. And in spite of this uncertainty, the board voted to issue her new 2-year contract at the last board meeting, with only one board member voting no. Could it be that this potential licensing discrepancy wasn't caught because we have had 3 HR directors in the last 8 months? We are also paying our new superintendent, including all monetary sums covered under the agreement, a total of $228,900. This is someone who's been tasked with leading a complete district educational reform movement, and who, I don't believe, has ever taught in the classroom of an elementary or secondary school. I've heard you say that we need to trust the leadership, but that's hard to do when you aren't showing transparency or fiscally sound judgment with our tax dollars.
Neil Kemp.
My name is Neil Kemp, 4401 Menasha Avenue, Manitowoc, Wisconsin. I am here to say thank you to the school board members to remain steadfast in their belief that there should not be any politicization of the school system and only do what is right for the children. Unlike last year, when before the primary was held, there was a motion to remove the mask mandate in the schools, and it was shot down overwhelmingly by the majority of the members. After the said primary, when the members realized that their positions were in jeopardy, they removed the mandate the following Friday to pander to the people in the hopes of keeping their positions. And that is why we have the new members that we do. In my opinion, they want nothing else but to do what is right for this city. You gave the former superintendent 7 years to bring the stats of these kids up to an acceptable level, and there's not one indication that this happened. We have been in the bottom half of all the school districts in Wisconsin, and even less than that when it comes to math and reading. The same people who are complaining about his salary, his restructuring, or even said that he has failed in his other positions are the same ones that put us in this situation that we are in right now to begin with. Majority of the people spoke last year by replacing the old guard. Hopefully they will be pleased by the changes that are being made by the new guard. Please continue to do what you know is right for the children of this city. Thank you.
Okay, the next guest here is Biff Hansen.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Before I get into my subject, which is SFA, I want to invite you all to get to a basketball game at Lincoln to see what inclusion is. The senior class, the junior class, the sophomore class at the high school have taken under their wings some kids with severe intellectual disabilities, brought them to games, and they're part of what's going on up there. It is wonderful to see the population of Lincoln High School making dinners for our kids with intellectual disabilities, making sure they got to homecoming dances, prom dances. At basketball games, they're cheering with them. One of the young men is directing AIDS gang, and there was one the other night sitting on the girls' bench during the game, coaching. That's the kind of kids we have at Lincoln High School. Every kid who comes to the door is treasured every day. And you need to see that. Nothing in the curriculum says that has to happen, but they do it up there. Those are the kind of people we have working at the high school. And that's my reason I'm here, is because SFA, Success for All, is now, there are people calling it separation for all, because we're separating kids into groups. We're telling kids, you're not good enough to do this, so we're going to put you in this lesser group. And if you're not good enough to do that, we're putting you in a lesser group. And the group from Ohio, teachers that went to Ohio, talked about a 4th grade boy who was in a 1st grade classroom. How is that success? What does that do to his mental being to have to go to a 1st grade room to learn how to read? That'll never happen here. Don't worry about it. What about the kids in 1st grade? Probably myself included, because this was going on back in the 60s, when if you were an eagle, you were one of the smart kids in class. If you were a robin, you were a little less smart. And if you were a vulture, you were on the bottom. Okay? How do you think that makes a kid feel? They know when you separate them, they know they're separated. They also know that they're different. There are ways to teach kids without separating like that. What scares me the most is the group that went to Kansas. Some of the teachers I spoke to that talked about kids having to go back to the special ed room. They couldn't be in the regular classroom anymore. My first teaching assignment was a self-contained school here in Manitowoc County. We were one of the few places left in the state of Wisconsin that still had this special ed school. It took us a while to get that right. The results are what I told you about at Lincoln High School. Are we going to start putting kids back in special ed for 90 minutes of reading because they can't be in one of those groups in Success for All? Are we going to put kids, well, as long as you're there, just stay there for the writing component too. And maybe you can stay there for other academics. So we do that with the intellectually disabled. Maybe we do it with the behavior kids. Because at a behavior meeting I was at, I heard that, well, maybe we should take those behavior kids and put them somewhere else if they're having behavior problems. Let's segregate them. Let's put them somewhere else. Well, where does it stop? Do we then take the LD kids and start saying, go to the special ed room for academics? You can come back for gym. You can come back for art class and choir. Success for All. I'm not even sure why we're looking at it, since nobody in Wisconsin uses it except 2 small schools. Why don't we go and look for a program that's successful in Wisconsin? Some of you may not think we have a good educational system, but go online, read educational journals, read nonpartisan reports. We are in the top 10 nationally as a state for education. The top 10. I take that back. We were 12 in one of the things that I read. Do you know where Kansas is? Mid-20s. Do you know where Ohio is? Mid-30s. Do you know where Michigan is? Mid-30s. We're in the top 10, and we're looking at a program that nobody uses here. Why don't we take a drive over to the Valley? Why don't we take a drive over to Hilbert? Why don't we take a drive to the suburbs of Milwaukee that have good test scores? Go, what are you doing? How can we fix that? It's a program for Wisconsin. It's worked here. That'll get our scores above the state average. And it'll be in a state in the top 10 rather than a state in the mid-30s. Remember, Success for All didn't raise the Ohio reading scores of the district that they reported on. And we're going to do it across the district. We're not even going to pilot it. We're not going to see if it works. We want to spend those ESSER funds because it's free money. The government gave us free money, so we can spend it however we want. Maybe we should spend that money on fixing the sewer system at Lincoln so when you walk in, it doesn't smell like a dirty barn sometimes. Maybe we could fix some of the windows up there. Maybe you could fix the heating systems in some of the schools or stop the bricks from falling through the ceiling at Wilson. It happened last year when I was subbing there. ESSER funds don't have to be spent just because we have them on something that might be good. ESSER funds could be spent on capital safety improvements for buildings. Instead of taxing people back here, we could use that COVID money to fix those and spend a lot less money finding one of those programs in Wisconsin. So I ask you to look at this again. Table it. You don't have to pass it tonight. Table it. Look at the program your teachers and educators are saying we should use. A different program that's working. One of the gentlemen who spoke earlier talked about this district. I've been here. I went to school here. I remember Miss Espeseth because I had her as a 4th grade teacher. I'm not sure in the current climate if she would stick around that long. Look at the list of people resigning and not wanting to be here anymore. That's my concern. This was a wonderful district. It still is. There are wonderful people working in this district, but we have to right this ship. We have to start doing things the Manitowoc way. Thank you.
Okay, Sulin Moore.
Hi, Sulin Moore, 5106 Scenic Court. Like to thank Biff for his campaign speech. It's so good to have a superintendent and a majority of board members who recognize that only bold changes will help reverse the dismal results that have been put up with for too long. Why would anyone want to maintain the status quo? Why did others in the past continue for so long with poorer and poorer results? It's time to move from indoctrination to real education for the students in this district. Thanks to all of you board members who are willing to take bold steps.
Okay, Dina Getz.
Superintendent File, Assistant Superintendent McCall, President Sulner, and members of the Board of Education. Tonight, I am heartbroken. I'm heartbroken because our district of over 800 employees has had their professional voices taken from them. Our staff and teachers believe they no longer work in a collaborative environment that values their training, their education, and their experiences. Their voices have been silenced in the quest to raise standardized test scores. Their input has been ignored through the crusade of success for all. Their worth and that of all the educators has been belittled by insults from the Board of Education. I am heartbroken because I have chosen to listen to the growing number of disfranchised staff and teachers. These people are our neighbors. They are our community. They are our leaders, and they are the shapers of future leaders. My heart breaks because they fear for their jobs. They fear that if they question the decisions of administrators, that the Board of Education will have them punished. Jobs have been eliminated, work environments have become toxic, and our district is being broken in a way that a referendum cannot fix. In the past 7 months, 81 staff members and faculty have announced that they will be leaving at the end of the year. There are still more whose positions have been ceremonially eliminated and contracts will not be renewed. There are more who believe their jobs will be eliminated because of the narrowing of the MPSD mission. Still others are contemplating their future with the district. Over 10% of our workforce is leaving. How many more would leave if they could? I have with me at this very moment 33 letters from staff and faculty that I wish to present to each of you. May I please bring these to you?
You just want to set them there, Dana. We'll pass them out. Thank you.
Let me bring them out.
No, it's-
I'm an alumni of the MPSD. I'm a parent of MPSD students. I'm a financial supporter of the MPSD, and I am a taxpayer of the MPSD. And I beg you to read these letters and hear the voices that you have silenced because of your decisions, your agendas, and your pride. I would like to request that these staff statements be included as an addendum in the board minutes. Out of respect, these have not been shared with anyone up to this point. However, these will be made public in 1 week. Thank you.
Okay, our next guest is Milan Kohler.
Milan Kohler.
Milan.
I live at 833 Sarah Miles Court in Manitowoc. I have lived here for 12 and a half years, and I've also worked as a child psychiatrist. My concern is with the implementation, potentially, if Success for All is chosen. I've looked at independent meta-analyses on a lot of different studies that have been done when school districts have used this. When you've got lower grades for reading, the way they do that is with more video and one-on-one tutoring. Okay, we all know one-on-one tutoring is going to increase scores no matter what. It doesn't matter what kind of school district policies, it doesn't matter what kind of reading you're going to do. My concern is the fact that we don't have the staff to do that one-on-one, which means that we're going to be doing more video if this gets implemented. We already know that all of the kids in the district have had way too much screen time. They don't know how to relate to other children. They don't know how to relate to adults. They can't speak properly with other people. They basically have 3 years worth of social development that have been arrested. And we're going to be putting them in front of screens if this gets implemented, which is going to further delay their social development. That's one of my biggest concerns if this gets implemented.
And Stacia Getz.
My name is Stacia. My address is 2132 Hunters Ridge Court. I'm here to speak as a concerned parent, community member, and taxpayer. I've been paying close attention to the actions of this board over the last 8 months, and I have many concerns over the decisions that you have made for the students and staff of MPSD. Today, I want to discuss SFA. SFA was brought up back in the fall by Mr. File, overshadowing the 9 months of dedicated efforts by the reading specialists of MPSD to find a superior reading program for our district. From the beginning, the majority of the board seemed to view this program as the magic solution for all of the problems in our district. I've been skeptical from the beginning for many reasons, mainly the fact that no other public school in this state uses the program and that there's very little information available about the program other than directly from the SFA's website. And I don't trust the board with this type of decision because none of you have any expertise in choosing curriculum. But who do I trust? Our educators. I'm here to speak because I love our teachers and schools, and I want what's best for them and for all students. After hearing our educators speak about their trips to Kansas and Ohio, it does appear that SFA demonstrates value in teaching at least elementary age students how to read. Each group that returned from these schools gave their educated opinions on the program. But the groups that were allowed to speak about their experiences at the schools did voice concerns over implementation in our specific district, whether it was due to space, staffing, or scheduling. Since many of you on the board own your own business, and you really like to remind people of this, since you think our public school district is equivalent to your private businesses, then you understand that if people are not given the correct tools and training to implement a new program, that program will fail. And in this case, failure of this program means failing thousands of students, hundreds of teachers, and an entire community. So before you vote on SFA, I want you to truly think about these concerns and questions that I have, and know that this is not an all-inclusive list by any means, and make sure that everything has been discussed and that there are solutions in place. If not, a yes vote for SFA is an irresponsible decision. So far, you've already spent close to $100,000, including cost of subs, just to get people on board with SFA. How much is this program really going to cost the district upfront and each year beyond? Are there enough tables and chairs at each school? And if not, what will that cost? Will technology upgrades be needed? And if so, how much does that cost? Will you need more smart boards? At what cost? For the celebrations, for meeting milestones, how much will that cost our educators? Because let's be honest, they are usually the ones paying for the extra stuff like that. Will our current infrastructure work with SFA? What exactly will be needed to staff? What exactly will be needed in staffing to make it work? And how much will that cost? Will it affect teacher contracts? Who will go and how much will it cost for the out-of-state training? To get schools organized and supplies delivered for SFA, how many people will that take, considering it's going to occur over the summer? How will this affect specials? And when the elementary students are in their 90-minute reading block, what will the music, art, and physical education teachers be doing? What is your plan to integrate special education students into the blocks at each school? How will you handle students that are reading multiple grade levels above or below their actual grade in terms of small groups? It seems each school so far that we've heard about does it differently. Has anyone actually confirmed that this curriculum does in fact meet Wisconsin DPI standards and requirements? Kansas and Ohio have different standards, so therefore we cannot rely on what they're doing. And since no other public school in the state uses this program, we do not have any people contact for this question. I know SFA says it aligns with Common Core, but Wisconsin updated their own academic standards in 2020. These are just a handful of very important questions that should absolutely be answered before you vote. The educators that researched into reading had these questions answered and had communication with a local public school district that implemented the program in 2020 and demonstrated improvements within 2 years on their state report card. They gave full transparency on cost and training, all questions answered and addressed. I want to remind you that the group from Jackson reported that the Kansas school did not demonstrate any improvements in state reading scores over 3 use of the initial implementation of SFA. The internal assessments did demonstrate improvements, but those were SFA-based assessments. I know that most of our students in MPSD demonstrate improvements in reading as the year goes on, even if our state tests do not show drastic improvements. We need to pay attention to the journey of learning, not just the destination, which for some is the state testing, but for others, it's so much more than just one test. Thank you.
And Ryan Phipps.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you. Ryan Phipps, 2810 Lambert Lane. Just a couple things I'd like to share and talk about. I've heard, transparency. I just kind of want to remind everybody the last several years of transparency. So some of the individuals actually in here actually locked me out of the school when I was trying to give public input a couple years ago. And I love and care about this community, and I'm invested. I'm personally sacrificing for the benefit of others. I have been for a long time. And, some of these board members also for a long time. And I know that there's been a lot of teachers, principals, and administrators that have been sacrificing also. My concern is that where was the transparency for the last several years? Where was the transparency when I have teachers' aides coming up to me and telling me that people are sleeping in the parking lot in their vehicles when they're supposed to be working? Where's the transparency when I have teacher aides, teachers telling me about stuff that's hanging up in the classroom and inappropriate material? Where's the transparency then? So that's why I got involved. I was concerned and I want to help. And I do love and respect everybody. And I can't speak for everybody in here, but that's a sincere, genuine statement. I also, very concerned, about our future. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if this curriculum is the best decision. But I'll tell you what, the last couple of curriculums haven't worked out very good for us either. So I remember a lot of advocates for those curriculums, a lot of decision makers for those curriculums. So I don't know what the solution is, but several people in here, we do have to look out for the best interest of all kids, we do have to look out for the best interests of our communities. I mean, you know, and I do own a business and I do care. Like, I have young men and women that can't read or write, that can't decipher a blueprint. Like, I mean, we need critical thinking skills. We need the basics, entry level skills. And I know we've had some successes, and what I'm saying is let's build off the successes. And I know there's tons of good teachers. I'm living proof. You know, Biff talked about, you know, struggles early on. I've had my own struggles early on, and I've had many good teachers that have helped me in my life. And that's the whole reason that we're investing back into the community. I mean, you can check my credentials. I've mentored many people, so has my brother. We've helped many people, all different types of people. We've donated money. We've invested in the community. Like, we care. So, like, when I see attacks online, personal, it's really offensive, to be honest with you. Because, I mean, we're trying. And it's not like we've had a real successful run at it the last 10 years. And so I wish that the board, and I wish that the teachers, and I wish that some of the opposition would work together. Because obviously it's been politicized for the last several years. And I think it would do us a great justice to start working together better. And that's all perspectives, all ways of looking at this. And one thing I think we can agree on is test scores. I think one thing we can agree on is people need to know how to read. Like, that's a concern. That's like the reality of it. If you can read, you can do anything. So I just thank you for the time, and I hope we can ponder and think about that. So thank you.
Okay, that's gonna close our public input.
I'm sorry, I arrived late and I didn't know, this is my first time doing this. I didn't know who to.
Oh, sure, come on up. Thank you. Sydney Cooper.
Yes, Cindy Cooper, 1408 Division Street, and I'm coming in as a parent of a son in the school district and as MPSD K-12 alumni. And I'm worried. I am worried that schools rush in and that the FAQ did not answer enough of my concerns. I don't know, the 4K program is not currently mandatory. Are we going to make it mandatory? What happens to kids who don't enroll? 5K, what happens to a transition year? Do we need to prepare for students who are going to be perpetually a year behind? Is it just in reading and writing? What happens to our staffing levels? Can we properly prepare for students who are several grades behind, at level, and ahead of level? I think I read that specialist teachers were trained as reading aides. Are they going to be properly compensated? Do they even want this additional training? I worry about the cost. I worry about that. What are we going to do for a writing supplement? There's been no talk about writing supplement we're going to use. I worry that we're not going to address any social, emotional, mental problems that may come with kids who are forced to read with kids several years younger because bullying happens. I worry that we're not going to address any social, emotional, mental, economic stress that prevents students from learning. We want to raise test scores, but a lot of kids don't perform well because there's problems outside at home that prevent them from coming in and learning. And if we really want this SFA to work, are we going to abandon it? What about specials? What about kids that really thrive in specials? Cutting down the time of specials. My son loves music and he loves gym. And now we're going to have him sit down longer and try to focus longer on reading and writing without an outlet. I don't know if that's the best for our elementary school students. I worry that this program is not vetted through Wisconsin. Charter schools are not necessarily public entities and are not held to the same standards. So will SFA meet standards? No one's successfully answered that to me. So I worry that we're rushing into this next school year trying to fit a program without a plan in place. This isn't life or death. I agree that there's a crisis and urgency is needed. But what is a year to make sure that you have the staffing, that you have the programs in place to make sure if you choose SFA that it's successful? Why are we trying to rush through the next 6 months? So as a parent who has very basic information on SFA and this whole issue between the whatever everyone's got going on, I am concerned and no one's been outward enough to help allay my concern as a parent who could potentially spend the next 12 years in this district. Well, thank you.
Okay, we're gonna move on to our consent agenda. Is there, do I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda?
Excuse me, motion.
One second.
Okay. All right, all in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right, and then we're gonna move on to the payment of vouchers. Those were in board book, and I would need a motion and a second to approve those.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right, and then we have the second Friday enrollment numbers. There was a informational piece. Angela, did you want to speak to that a little bit?
Yes, I just included the updated January count information in a memo. We do the third Friday in September count along with the second Friday in January annually. You know, the primary purpose of the January count is to serve as an estimate for state aid in October of the next year that's finalized. And so this helps with the, you know, project out and help them plan as well as finalize aid payments regarding open enrollment for the school district. So I summarized the counts for that in there. You know, the other item to mention is just we were selected for a membership audit. So what happens with that is our audit firm that helps with the financial audit, you know, has us submit materials and just verify our accounts. So that's just about a quarter of districts are selected each year. So
Is that Baird? Is that Baird?
Huh?
Baird that does that with us?
No, Hawkins Ashes are on.
Oh, Hawkins, okay.
I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, any questions at all for Angela? Okay, moving on, we have our personnel report and we need a.
Do we have to vote for that? Don't we have to vote for that?
No, it was just an information item.
Oh,
That
okay.
was second Friday.
Oh, yeah.
So our personnel report, we'll need a motion and a second for the personnel report.
A motion.
Okay,
No, it's Kathy.
any discussion at all about the personnel report?
I'd like to have a few words, please. So I'd like to say, first of all, Mr. Carl Saraki, I'd like to say thank you very much.
Yeah.
He was a teacher of mine at Lincoln High School, and the amount of passion that he had, and still has to this very day. I actually watched him last year as well, and I just would like to thank him for his time of service and how he was able to reach many different students continuously from all different demographics, and a true educator for all. And he means a lot to this district, and he's going to be missed. However, obviously, he's also in the generation of baby boomers, the biggest generation we have to date. And now it's time for him to start a new chapter in his life, and I'd like to have him have as much enjoyment for that next chapter and take it on with a lot of fun, because it is his time to enjoy himself now. So I'd like to say thank you for his service. Also, I'd like to make a mention to Michael Morgan. He's been with the district very, very long as well, and I thank him for his services. I remember him when I was a middle school student as well. He's been very versatile, very diverse in different roles, and he will be missed as well. But I think we've heard from reports, he's going to be starting a new chapter in his life, and that's very important for us. One thing ends, another one will begin. So thank you very much for those two individuals and their impact for this district for so long.
But I'd like to thank Phipps for those comments and second them. And I had Carl Surecki as a student. And, and and Carl turned into a hell of a history teacher, I'll tell you that. And the Manitowoc Public Schools were greatly enriched by his personal, commitment to the profession and the skill with which he did it.
Thank you. All right, Kemp.
By no means am I diminishing any of those two people, but we have 5 others who are also retiring and a lot of other people who have retired in the past. And so, I'm very thankful for all those teachers who have spent, whether it's 2 years here or 31. And it happens that we have 7 individuals in front of us though, and I did some quick math, so I might be off, but I believe it was about 182 years between the 7 of them, which brings it to 26 years piece on average, and that alone is amazing. So to every single person, you have an EL teacher who's been here for 26 years. Jody Hensler, Nancy Thompson, Michael Morgan, Leanne Walters, Michelle Chrysler. They're all amazing people and names. So, but I feel bad because we're kind of saying that now, but we haven't said that about anybody in the past. So, I just want to include those people too. But it is sad when we see these names that we know and people, are leaving, whatever reason it is. It's just kind of an end to an era.
I just wanted to say thank you because there's a personal relationship of mine.
Yeah, I get it. But I don't want to
Diminish the other retirements.
Yeah.
Any other discussion at all? Did I hear a hand? Okay. All right, so all in favor of approving the personnel report signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. All right, and then we have the 2023 referendum update, and this is some information and discussion.
Yes, on there, I just wanted to, we provided some information and we've done some presentations already. They're on the website, but I have in front of you, and it's also linked to your agenda, just to bring us back in terms of where we started out this school year. And this was one of the scattergrams that was included when we did the strategic planning surveys that was included. So I bring this back to your attention. And keep in mind when you look at this, and particularly the first one, you've got 4 quadrants here. The horizontal line represents the report card scores in terms of how well we're doing. The vertical line shows in terms of how much revenue are we incurring relative to others. And so the scattergram shows where schools are at. And as you can see, we are definitely a low-funded, low-achieving school district. And when you think about that, what we've done over the last 5 years, and just in the general fund, not in special education, because that would be additional monies, but in terms of what we're spending in the general fund, we're spending about $73 million. Okay, so that's about how much we're spending over the last 5 years. $73 million, and this is where we're at. And as I came on board, this was one of your challenges to me. You all wanted to raise student achievement. You wanted to get behaviors out of, in check in terms of, because in some ways, that was the reason why staff were leaving. We also have a growing number of students leaving and going either private or parochial or choice. So those are things that were on our plate. And so I identified this here. One of the reasons we're low funded is an inequitable state funding system. And so revenue is an issue. And as I've indicated before, it may be a problem, even though we're looking at expenditures right now and the return on our investment. And if you're looking at the return on our investment, the results don't look good in terms of what we started this year and where we've been over the last 5 years. So with that, also keep in mind that some of our expenditures in this is including money that we don't keep. We are sending $2 million right now to private schools. We're asking taxpayers money so we can send it out to somebody else. We have $3 billion going for choice schools that are leaving. So we have all kinds of things that are working against us here. So I highlight this here, and so we have $13,995 that we raise per student, okay? And later on in some of our information that we share, just to keep this in mind and put things in perspective, Reedsville, a smaller school district, but they have $17,500 per student. If we had what they had, we would have $17 million more every year to spend. So, keep this. So really, this is where we're at. This is what you brought me in, and then we started working together. What are we going to do? So if you flip over to the second chart, and one of the major things here in terms of costs are going up. The main reason they're going up is inflation. Think about what you're spending for a carton of eggs. $5 more, gas, utilities, rents. You think about the cost. We are a people business. We hire a lot of teachers. Everybody expects and hoping that you'll get a raise to keep up with inflation. That's a lot of our costs that we're dealing with. So if you look into well, first of all, if you look into that first chart, though, if we did nothing, if we didn't go for a referendum, we could even go down further. We'd probably be off the charts. We would go lower in revenue. We'd have people, more people leaving, both staff and students. So that's not a solution. If our referendum fails, you're going to have the same outcome as though you didn't do anything. So the situation will get much worse. I mean, again, that means laying off staff. It means reducing compensation. It means larger class size. So it's not a good solution. So if you go to slide or the page 3, and we passed a referendum, boy, it addresses the inflationary things. It keeps us in business, right? But if we don't do anything, we just all of a sudden are spending a lot more taxpayer dollars without the return. So as we discuss, the other part of this is that low achievement. What are we going to do? And I've said and it was easy to spot, we have outmatched our teachers against anybody in the state. We've got the teachers, we've not equipped them. We talked about the problem with the selection of the last reading curriculum. But there's more than that. We haven't looked at social studies in 20 years. I mean, there is a lot of work that we put on the back. It's almost like when you ignore preventative maintenance on your facilities, they get worse, right? This is the environment that unfortunately we have because of what we've done over the last 5 years or longer. And as you notice here, you're not alone. What used to have, when I used to watch these trends, it would be low funded, low achievement in the bottom left quadrant, and it would all move up. The more you spend, the greater the return, and then you have outliers. It's that trend isn't there as much. The trend is more just straight up. We're spending more and not getting a return. So something's happened in education, and some of it's curriculum. Okay, but keeping this in mind here, we need that money, just because of inflationary costs, but we need more than that. And what I'm suggesting, and it's coming somewhat, to a head today, I see the solution almost like a 3-legged stool. That if you don't deal with each one of those legs, you're going to topple over. And one of them is referendum, because we do need money. The second one is the strategic plan. If you don't have a plan, if you don't have a roadmap, if you don't know where you're going, any road's going to get you there. And the third one is school readiness, preschool. Those are 3 things that we need to invest. The strategic plan also parallels the initiatives that we started even before we launched the strategic plan. We knew we had an achievement problem. We knew we had a behavior problem. We knew we had a revenue problem. But we needed to make sure we had stakeholders coming together. But we launched this, and we started up with SFA as a pilot, because I felt we had the staff and we were working to do the right stuff. What happened, though, is the more we looked at it, the more interest, and then there was, raised good questions, from, we can't just do this here and this over there. And I'm sold. Yeah, we need a good plan, and it should be for all students. It should be a guaranteed and viable curriculum. And so if you look over to the last one, I believe with our strategic plan, with the recommendation today, in terms of a whole school reform, because it's not just growth, it's catch up. We are behind, our students are behind. How do you, a student who is in secondary school and really having a good time, but not reading, what's their chance of succeeding if we graduate them? If they can't read, if they can't do math. So we not only have to raise that bar for what we do every year, we've got a lot of catch-up work to do, but we've got the teachers, we've got the staff to do that. We just have to equip them. So I just highlight this because it's another piece of information that captures a lot of what we have in detail to reflect on, because it's where we started and it's where we're at right now, 7 months into this school year. So that's just what I want. I don't know if you have any questions. There's a lot of information out there, but just a little bit more to share to provide context for today, you know, with the strategic plan that we'll be discussing, and also in terms of recommendations out there.
Tony, okay.
Tony, go ahead,
Tony.
Tony.
Yeah, thank you, Jim, for putting that together. That visual was really helpful. And I'd just like to add to that for our public, you know, as everyone's considering the referendum and looking at all the facts, you know, it's hard to ignore the reality that right now there's 96% of districts in our state that get more funding per pupil than Manitowoc does. So when you look at everything that we want to achieve as a district that, you know, Jim just laid out, you know, with the achievement and everything, it's really hard to do that when we just don't have the funds to compete. You know, it just it's something that we have to take into account. And had, you know, if the funding formula was more equitable, you know, we wouldn't be in this situation. So I just wanted to point that out, and I encourage everyone in our community to really consider that as they evaluate the referendum. Thank you.
Sure, I think everybody in the room agrees with what you've said. Maybe not with FSA, but you know, truly, I mean, we are a disadvantaged district. We're poor cousins to the rest of the school districts in the state. We need the money, and I would say we need the money desperately. I mean, we've got really major problems to solve and major projects that have to be undertaken. We even have a physical facilities that we need. My question is what is our strategy to persuade the voters to inform and persuade the voters to vote yes on April the 4th? I mean, I think we've spent an awful lot of time, you know, good intentions, good ideas, et cetera. But I think we've really missed a step or more in terms of communicating all of that outward. And I think that we really have to be persuasive on this, because I've lived in Manitowoc over 50 years, and this is a tight community. So, you know, they look at, I was going to add a different word to that, or an extra word to that, but in deference to Kathy, but you know, the fact of the matter is they look at what we're asking for, and there's sticker shock all over the county. And I think that what we need to do is we need to get people to advocate for us. I mean, I don't know, service clubs, do some service for us. I think we need to really have a campaign that you know, that's effective in not only describing our need, but describing the urgency of people being affirmative in the response to our request. And I don't know. I mean, I've participated in campaigns for referendum before that have failed simply because the school system wasn't organized. The information wasn't disseminated. The people weren't made aware of the urgency to their community in this regard. So I think we really need to strategize and do this much more effectively.
Jim, we do have, you did a presentation to the whole staff, correct? And then, are there other ones?
Yes, we have, in fact, Lori's done a marvelous job in terms of, I will be presenting at every school site. I'll be presenting at, all service clubs. I will be, going out, in Angela will be, others will be. We're working with our principals in terms of trying to make sure that their voices also. Remember, we can't spend public money to promote a yes campaign. We can only get factual information out there.
But other people can. And I know there are organizations like Ally, as much as people, abhor and disparage them, that is very on board with this referendum and would spread the word and would, knock doors, I'm sure.
I wanted to mention, and I'm just going to step in because not everybody raises their hand. So I'm
Well, hang on, Colin had his hand raised first.
No, go ahead.
So what are the dates that we currently have for, do we have any of those dates currently established for public presentation?
We have right now Tuesday, February 21st at Lincoln High School Auditorium, 6:30. Wednesday, March 8th, Roseland Middle School Auditorium, 6:30. Thursday, March 16th, District Office Boardroom, 6:30. That's public forums that we're going to have here, to have factual information. We are also following up at staff meetings for all the school districts. And we will also be, with PTOs. So there's a number of other ones. And I have a calendar full now of public, service, types of Rotary and other service agencies and the like.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I'd like to finish. And then we also have website. Are we doing any type of Facebook pages or are those presentations going to be available on Facebook?
They will.
Okay.
We again had some staff turnover, but what we're doing right now is we're getting back to the.
Really?
We're getting back, in terms of the social media, in terms of populating that. So we've got a good coordinated effort. And actually, I think we will demonstrate in the long run that we're improving our systems while we're working through them.
Right. Yeah.
I just wanted to mention that one of the things that we can do, it kind of touches a little bit about what this is about and what Tony said regarding our Wisconsin revenue coming in per student. We have March 22nd, a day at the Capitol for Wisconsin school board members and administrators to go there. I plan on going. And if you're serious about it too, I've told everybody, I said, I don't even like the word thinking of referendum before I do everything I can. But one of the things that we can do is to go talk to these people in Madison. So this is a good way to advocate for the students at the Capitol. So if it's in your schedule and you can do it, I myself, I'm going to burn 2 vacation days to be able to do it, but I'm going to the Capitol and to advocate for the students. So they need to hear us. I've spoken with many of the state reps already, and this is how you get things done as well. So we need to go and do that. So I would like to invite you to join me if you can. Otherwise I'd be there by myself.
Answering spring break.
Yeah.
Jim, thank you. So I guess publicly, we did have a vote on the referendum. Obviously, I was the only one that voted no. But the reason why I voted no is because obviously the inflationary concept, what's going on right now with the stress on our families and our communities in the day-to-day life for our constituents. That's why I voted no. However, tonight, thank you for the presentation. You're completely on. You need to have a plan, which we've been implementing, and we've been tasking ourselves for a few months here now already with the strategic plan. Obviously, money is a component of getting anything done. And then you highlighted that the school readiness. So there is a need. We know that. But as Carrie would say, the front loading or the preemptive trying to advertise it. Yes, we would hope that everybody would be on board publicly and they would tell everybody, let's do this for the right reasons, not just let's get political. So I'm not saying that that's the issue. I'm saying that, yeah, I understand. But so thank you for presenting it. However, people are going to have to make their decisions. But we do have a plan now. And if it happens, this April, or if it happens next April, that's up to the voters. But we are doing our due diligence to try to get our places in the right positions, people to be able to be successful for the community. So that's what we really need to have. I don't think the community has felt that there's been a plan, you know, as public as it has been in the past. So that's my opinion. So, thank you.
Can I just ask Lisa? Lisa Johnson, is there any place where people can contribute to the campaign to promote the referendum?
Yes,
Yep.
we have an account set up. We are taking donations for yard signs, which are going to be delivered this week. We received a large donation to do billboards. So we're up and running.
Okay, could you tell us how a person like myself could contribute to that?
They can contact Dina Getz.
Okay, all right.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, the next item is our district activity update.
Just some additional comments. I shared some of that, but it was a pleasure and honor to attend the Chamber Awards of Distinction. And I'm really, it was not only a cool, I think there were 15 people recommended for Educational Impact Award, of the year, to have that recognition. And we had 7 of our members recommended, and we walked in with the winner too. So I'd like to just a shout out to Lee Tennis, who was nominated, Corey Irwinson, Joshua Morrow, Rebecca Ninehouse, Melaine Shimmick, Stephanie Stevens, and Kyle Wagner, and Melanie Shimmick took it home. And it was just a wonderful, wonderful, proud place to be, to see that recognition. I like that elementary school parent-teacher conferences are this Thursday and Friday. We are also having 4K enrollment packets will be mailed this week with a 4K open house. Will take March 7th. And as I indicated, the 3-legged stool, the one in the preschool and the readiness, there was some comment about eliminating Head Start. What we've done is working with CISA 7, who has been contracted for and providing that in our area. We've worked with them, and they're in agreement in terms of what we're going to do is we're going to take over the K-4 program. We know we can do it, and what they're doing is because we've got 3-year-olds on waiting lists, and so we're actually going to serve more students and get, I think, a far greater return than what we've done before, because we're getting strategic and we're recognizing how critically important school readiness is. Well, some of our behaviors start from kids not being taught what they could have been taught, from the very beginning. So I highlight that. One of the comments, and I've already shared this, we've got referendum meetings scheduled. My calendar's packed. And you're just going to see more, and we'll continue to have that. Sunday, March 5th, 1 to 4 p.m. Youth Art Series at the Raw West Museum, where our talented students will have their artwork display. March 7th, ACT testing for Lincoln High School juniors, no school for students in grades 9, 10, and 12. And on March 9th is parent-teacher conferences for our middle school students. So that's my update.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then we are to our unfinished business strategic plan recommendation.
Yeah, Brett, want to come on up?
Does he need it? Because-
Here.
Yep.
Brett, do you need to share your screen?
I don't, not today, no. Because I know Jim in the packet had the memo as well as the plan. So the plan hasn't changed since we last presented it. The only thing we've been working on since has been the dashboard. So first I want to acknowledge the board for taking the step. I think maybe it was Matthew who asked early on, who should have a plan. I think everybody should have a strategic plan, and if being a business, a school district, et cetera. So I commend you for taking that first step. And recall the process, we did the surveys. As part of that, we took feedback from staff and leadership. We took feedback from the community and the listening sessions. And there's clearly a lot of passion around this school district, around the mission of this school district, and the desires to continue to advance the district to a lot of terms of where it once was, right? Where a lot of that has been, and you heard a lot of that passion today as well about comments made. So all the documents have been prepared, they've been submitted to Jim. The plan is in your packet, and then there's the dashboard as well. And what I'd say about that, Jim and the leadership team of the district has really taken that the metrics. We started with a draft that I put together, and his team together has been continuing to evolve those metrics. Well, we know the challenge with that is baseline data, you may not have it. You may have to create that baseline data through surveys, so it's going to take a little time to get there, or to pull it where you had it. And also that you may, in some instances, need to be developing tools in order to get that data. And so that takes a little time. I know this target is to have it start for the next school year, but I'll say a number of these items that are in this plan now, they're already being worked on. You see it, you read the plan, and the conversations you are having as a board, the conversations the leadership team is having within the district are already there. So, really we started with that draft, and we try to pull that down to get to that point. I also say, I think we have to acknowledge the fact that change is hard. Metrics aren't just going to automatically get better. That I think there needs to be acknowledgement that at times that those metrics are a little worse. But I have confidence in everything. I wasn't generating a plan. I was taking all the feedback, and all those steps that were built in that plan will allow those metrics to continue to advance and move forward as time goes on. So with that, I want to thank you for allowing me to facilitate the development of the plan. And I'll ask if there's any questions that I can answer, knowing that these metrics are still in a little bit of flux. I'll continue to support Jim and Jamie and the team as they build those. But again, he does have all the documents and can continue to move them forward.
I actually have a question for Jim here. As far as I'm looking at the dashboard. There's some X's on there, and just even I guess also where we would see some of these posted. Where are we going to see that? This is where we're at as far as meeting our KPIs. When are we going to establish some of these numbers? As far as retention rates, student population, expulsion numbers, etc. And where are we going to see these displayed?
We will display them on the webpage, but we will also be bringing them back as we discuss on a routine basis in terms of whether or not we take a section at a time. There will be times when data just comes available, so you're doing like a quarterly report, so it's likely to update. But we will continue to make sure there's high visibility on the webpage in an easily to follow, format. And then again, I think you see some of the ones we're starting with. And we have right now to start working that into our webpage and into our reporting even before the school year starts. But again, first things first, it was getting it to this point in time and established in terms of what do we see right now as our most definitely starting places, with the metrics, and then getting the baseline data. And I would have to say, Jamie was anticipating going out and just pulling the research in terms of what data we were using. And as you even heard in reports, when people went out to visit the other schools and you asked the question in terms of what are we using for data, there was a silence. So we're having to bring those things together. What are we agreeing to? It makes sense to us, so that we can track our progress, both in terms of benchmark and setting goals.
But as far as the display on the website, is there a timeline as to when we'll start seeing these being put up there?
In all honesty, that's the next thing on the agenda, is start laying this out, because of getting to this point in time of finishing up this plan. with the starting metrics, and now it's looking, into the data, are we gonna have to create it? What's the benchmark, how we'll get that? We will be, I would even suggest monthly updates on this, to communicate our progress.
Yeah, I recommend I've done this in various settings, and the recommendation is that the board discuss a section of this at each meeting, at least, right? Maybe two, depending on what data you do have available. I think it's important to establish those baselines first. Some of these, the data may not come once a year or twice a year or once a quarter. So you have to be strategic about when you're going to talk about the topics. But just say, hey, we don't have the data yet, but as soon as we do, we'll put it on the website. But I think the first is for them to establish that baseline. That's the hardest part.
I really like this dashboard. Just being able to get a quick eyes on, the health of the district type stuff. So, and I think that's going to be beneficial to the public to kind of get, eyes on and rest. So I appreciate that. So
he does have a broader one that has the item, it has the baseline, it has what your goal is, and then it has the months. So if it comes monthly, or box it out, right? If it's once a quarter, box out 3 months, drop the number in, and it can be visually displayed that way as well.
This is only the beginning, but I mean, man, if I look at this workforce engagement, I mean, this is accountability throwing you right in the face. It says reduce voluntary turnover to a percentage. So, reduce vacancy rate. Like, this is accountability. So, like, if we put baselines that are realistic, and we have ups and downs, and then it comes in through a meeting, and then we talk about it, and if we don't BS about what actually happened, that's accountability to why we're not doing our darn job. Right. So, like, I mean, if I was asking somebody to do this, that's just saying, hey, I want you to prove why you're going to do a good job in our community. I mean, this is it. So thank you for taking on the challenge. I mean, now I don't know what's going to happen in 2 years, but this is a roadmap to show if you're doing your job or not. So, like, and if we're serving our children. So, I mean, everybody should be ecstatic about having accountability to see if we're actually going to be, reaching our goals, and to actually have a true lens of where we're at. So,
and again, I would like to extend this, in terms of, this is a lot of work by Angela, Jamie, Mike, Lisa Sink, who you're recognizing is doing a lot behind the scenes, in terms of marketing and trying to get our social media up and really working for us. So there was a lot of work here, but also a lot of recognition about what wasn't in place that needs to be put in place, and that's work too.
Yeah, I was very impressed by as the leadership team came together and began to build these, because you're right, it is about accountability. It puts it right out there. The other, just as an example, one you picked up on workforce. When I talked to Jim about this, this is turnover related to not because you had a spouse move or you left your role for a reason other than I'm not satisfied with my job. Those really shouldn't be counted. These voluntary turnovers are things where you have an impact based on those action items within the workforce section, whether it's compensation, whether it's culture, whether it's benefits. How do you compete with the surrounding districts, right? All those build into that. And I will say, as a side note, you just talked about referendum. Strategic plan takes investment, right? And that includes investing in people, in curriculum. And that, as a taxpayer myself in this community, I have no problem voting for a referendum that's going to support the action items that are being put forth to achieve outcomes in the district.
Mr. File said it before. He said, I don't want to have children that have a good time in school but can't read.
Right.
I mean, we don't want to just produce children that are going to have fun while they're here, but then not be successful in life.
Right.
I mean, that's what our community wants. We're sick and tired of not having the readiness there. And that's why I'm here right now. I just want to improve the readiness of our children so that we can be successful in this community and hopefully stay around here.
Right. And these metrics try to measure those action steps that get to us.
Tony?
Yeah, thank you, Stacy. I just wanted to add, I think this dashboard looks really good. I think you guys, the team has done a great job of identifying critical areas that we want to focus on. And begun the process of identifying within those areas, what do we need to measure to really move the needle on progress. So I just wanted to say great job with that. And, just to add on to what Matt Phipps was saying about accountability, this is certainly going to increase accountability for us as a board and the district to the public. But it's also going to add a layer of transparency, so everyone's going to know what we're working on and what we're focused on. And I know there's a lot of talk of that, but I just wanted to say this looks really solid, and thank you for everyone involved in putting this together.
Anything else? Yeah, I mean, I was blown away, more so not by the dashboard, but the other document that listed like 1.5.3, and it's very, very detailed. And I know you guys are very busy, and really appreciate the amount of work that everybody put into this.
Well, and I have to acknowledge the input received was phenomenal in the development of the plan. It made it pretty clear. And as I said early on, you'll be surprised at the alignment that you'll see as everybody takes the survey, and it was there. And it was really relatively easy to build those steps because all that feedback was pretty aligned.
And so my recommendation inside is to accept and approve the plan that Brett is compiled here with the stakeholder input that we fully endorse from an administrative standpoint in terms of taking on the torch now and working into execution.
So do I have a motion and a second to accept our strategic plan? Okay, second. Any further discussion?
I just want to highlight in the beginning of this process, we did say that we would have communication with you if we needed it to follow up, maybe through surveying or something, or just data collection, and you would continue to help us, as a resource.
Absolutely. Jim has my number. He called me today. Anytime he needs me, anytime anybody on the team needs to talk about the plan, just call. Absolutely.
Thank you, Brett.
Thank you. No discounts or anything?
Off the clock now, it's all free.
Thanks, Brett.
All right, no other discussion. All those in favor of our strategic plan, motion by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thanks, Brett.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next unfinished business is Success for All and our literacy curriculum recommendation.
And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Jamie McCall.
Okay.
I charged Jamie to work with a number of people, which you obviously heard presentations on through this period of time, to really keep where I stood in terms of feeling that this was a good program in terms of what it encompasses, but I still wanted to make sure that we had more eyes on this, more people involved in this, in that there was concurrence in terms of what we should be considering. So with this, Mrs. McCall.
Yeah, I can talk
Oh,
about
okay.
that. Don't worry, I have a teacher voice. So,
Yeah.
Brady, I'm gonna ask if you'll hook this computer up. And while we're doing that, today is Valentine's Day, for those of you who don't know that. And so I thought we could start by having you look under your seats. There's a Valentine under your seat. And there's a couple in the room that I've also placed a little gift with. That's just to say thank you for coming. We appreciate that very much. And
are there ones up here too?
They're here under the table because they want to stick.
Oh, it's clever.
Nice.
Thank you.
After
That's on.
I never did Valentine's. I mean,
I like mine.
I'm a snappy Valentine's
Right. I mean,
So while we're getting started with the presentation, I was asked a couple days ago, why are you here? And I was asked, it was an earnest question, and it was by one of the administrators, why are you here? And contrary to many people's beliefs, I am not here for $191,000. But it is an actual contract, you're right. That's not why I'm here.
I am a person who is retired in the state of Michigan. This is the type of work I do, and I have a passion. And my passion is children. So if you're in this room today and you are not here for children, you are not going to like this presentation. And I'm sorry for that, but I will not change my passion and I will not change my direction. And to the Board of Education, you need to know, I know you have a lot of money invested in me. My grandma And I used to tell Mr. File while he was a superintendent in Traverse City, where I served as an assistant superintendent, you pay me too much money for me not to give you the best service I can and do everything that I can in my power to look at every detail and be honest with you so you can make an informed decision. That's what I'm going to do. When we go through this presentation, please know that I'm going to show you facts, not opinions. And I am not showing you these to hurt anyone's feelings. I'm showing you this because if we don't know where we're going to start, we have no idea how to move forward. But we do have to be honest, and we have to look at ourselves in the mirror, and we have to say, what's happening here? So, for Mr. File, thank you for recruiting me. I do appreciate that very much. This is my passion, and I am going to do everything I can to help the children of your district. Sometimes that's not going to be favorable for the adults. I'm okay with that because in the end, I serve children. It's plain and simple. So I'm hoping this works. So when I started working, I tried to decide how am I going to go about finding what is actually happening in the district, because your demographics do not support the scores that you have. You have a community of very good educators who are passionate. You have some of the kindest people that I have ever met. That's not like Michigan's. Michigan's a little more standoffish if you've ever been there. Very, very kind people. Your administrators are great. They're easy to work with. So let me show you what I found. And because of my age, I have to use my glasses in this podium. Sorry about that.
Me too.
I found a lack of systems for assessment, for progress monitoring, and adjusting instruction. When I say that, I don't want you to think there are none. There are. There are schools that are using assessments and they are adjusting their instruction. I'm talking about a system for a district. All of the schools using the same thing. All of the schools being able to adjust their instruction for children. Because believe it or not, your children don't stay in one spot. They move from one school to another school or from one building to another building. And it is important that when they go from one place to the next, they have the same system to engage in. I found a lack of systematic and relevant and viable curriculum. And by that, what I mean is, I did not find that in your literacy program that you currently have a plan for what does first grade look like, what does second grade look like, what does third grade look like. I didn't find that your teachers had the resources they need. Fortunately, I've worked with Lucy Calkins before. This is not a teaching issue. This is a curricular issue. Your teachers do not have access to things that they can readily pull and work with children. That's unfair to your children, and it's unfair to your teachers, and it's unfair to your community. I found a high percent of students who are entering school without the needed skills. I didn't even actually think to look there until I started hearing about behaviors. When we see children misbehaving in school, especially kindergarten, first, and second grade, what we really know is that they do not have the adequate skills to be involved in an instructional environment. It's important that we look at that and we go back. And I'm going to tell you, I can't do all of this by myself. This is a team effort. I'm gonna have a couple people stand because I have to recognize them. And I'm so sorry because Heidi's already squinting her eyes. But I need Heidi to stand and I need Jenny to stand. Just for a second. You can even do it quickly. Here. So this is an area that is really important for school readiness and for school success. And for your children not to be seen as they have a behavior problem. They don't. They have lagging skills. They don't know how to engage. You think about a young child being put into an environment where everything is foreign to them. It isn't fair to them. It isn't fair to your teaching staff. So these two ladies have worked with me and they've worked on their own a lot, to be honest. And they have created a really nice system that I'm going to talk about later. That isn't really part of SFA, but it is part of making sure your children are successful. So thank you both very much for all your work. I found that resources are not aligned with what your focus is for the district. In other words, when I talked to our two directors of curriculum and I asked, how do you go about purchasing curriculum? How do you go about that cycle? There was no cycle when things are adopted because they're given money, a budget, $400,000, I think. And in that cycle or in that budget, they stay within their budget. What if something costs more? We have to be able to know that our needs are going to be met. And we have to make sure that our budget office knows what those needs are. Because our goal will always be the focus on our children and their instruction. I found that you have a really high percentage of students who have disabilities. Or who are labeled as having disabilities, I should say. That's also a big red flag to me. And that red flag is, those are called curriculum casualties. Usually in a school district, you'll have between 11 and 13%. You have 17%. Do I think all of those children actually have disabilities? No. I think once again, we don't have what's called a tier 1 system in place to support the instruction for the children. And then on top of that, we don't have a system in place to give them the types of interventions that they need to be successful. Again, unfair to your children, unfair to your teachers. What did you want to say? Nothing? Okay. Wow. Yeah. You have a low percent of students performing at grade level benchmarks, and I will show you that data. There's no systematic review here.
Could she pull down that sign? We can't even see the lady who's speaking. That's ridiculous.
Thank you, God. There's no systematic review of effectiveness. And so one of your board members is really good and keen about saying, what's the return on investment? It's a business term, but it's also used in education. When we buy a curriculum, we need to be able to say to our board, to our teachers, this is what it's going to look like when it's effective. Here's how much it's going to cost, and then we break it down. It's not a difficult formula, but it should be in place for every single thing that we adopt. I found there was a lack of professional development for the teachers that aligned with what we are asking them to do. I found student engagement concerns, which were resulting in behavior. And I found a need for increased parent partnerships. So I don't want to dwell on all the negative. These are the things that I've been working on with Mr. File to try to find a solution forward. Oops. So I'm going to go through some data with you. Again, this is not opinion-based. This is certainly something that I pulled. Some of it came from your state website, some of it from other places. If it comes from somewhere else, I've noted it on the bottom. So. Manitowoc is in Manitowoc blue on the bottom. You'll see that. And when we talk about standardized test scores, those are nationally normed. It means I'm comparing us against the state and the nation. You'll see we're below. And you can look across the line. There's no reason for us to be below the state. Wonder if this will work. Here, okay. Graduation rates, a 5-year trend. States always look at a 4-year graduation rate. I want you to consider that some kids take more than 4 years, and that's okay. They're not included in this line. Forward assessment trends. These are ELA. Over on the large chart, you'll see the number of students who are not or who are proficient. I tried to put this in a positive light. We had across the bottom, 28.6% of our students are proficient in the area of reading. That's the district average. And you need to know, when you have 28.6% that are proficient, all you do is subtract it from 100 and you get the number that are not proficient, right? Now, what does that mean? Are they totally illiterate? No, that's not what it means. What it means is they're not meeting the benchmark, the basic benchmark that the state has put in front of us, okay? And I'm going to go fairly quick because I don't think I need to dwell on all of these numbers for you. They are posted if you want to look at them yourself. Okay, so these are, oops, I went the wrong way. Sorry about that. Forward assessment trends. There's the math. This I'm going to tell you is the one curricular area that I'm pretty pleased with. They have implemented a new program. They have really invested a lot in professional development. We haven't seen the results necessarily from that yet, but I'm pretty confident that we're going to. You can see math, the trend line. We're following the state trend line. What I'd like to see is us close that gap. Okay, science. We score actually pretty high in science. Lower than the state, but higher than our other areas. That's kind of unusual. Here's your social studies. Okay, so this one is a little different, and this breaks down for you for, and I'm using the state scorecard on this. This is your ELA. And so you can see across the bottom, the blue is for those who are exceeding the benchmark. That means they're overachieving, okay? The purple is the line that shows that they are meeting the benchmark. And then that pink area is the area of what I call the area of opportunity. It's those that maybe just might be close, but we need to push them down and do something a little bit different. But I want you to look at the trend. Look across. You see that? This is a class, a graduating class. Again, look at the trend, how the numbers are getting smaller as they're growing older. 6-year decline in your district scores. A 6-year decline in the average of student achievement scores in your district. And this is your PALS data. This is an assessment that is given to children who are, and they are entering kindergarten. Not all children have to be in K4. Know that. Not all children have to be assessed here. They're not. But out of those who are assessed, 27% of them before they're entering kindergarten are showing lack of readiness. 27% that are being tested. Okay. What does that show us? It shows us we have to beef up our preschools, right? Our children need more. So that's what we're going to do. I know that when I come into a community, that it isn't that you haven't done anything at all. I know you've done a lot. Strategic planning was here. You adopted a math curriculum. Your math curriculum is good enough that they've even built in days for reteaching. That's unusual, but I applaud Lori Williams for that work. You have a behavioral committee that's been started. They've been working on the behaviors. You have a literacy committee that did exactly what they were being asked to do. They were asked to come forward and give a literacy program, a recommendation. That's what they gave you. You've used ESSER funds to add staff where you needed staff to be added. You have educators that are making the very most of what they have. But what I'm telling you is they don't have the tools they need in order to educate children. The community and schools have more pride than I have ever seen anywhere. Your schools are beautiful. Your classrooms are beautiful. They're large, they're fun. Your teachers are friendly when you enter the rooms. All of those things are in place for you. You have partnerships with your community. And you have professional learning communities going on in your schools. Those are hard to establish because scheduling is tough. Those things are in place. So let's talk about the recommendation that came from your literacy committee, Houghton Mifflin. So Houghton Mifflin has a lot of products, and in my last school district, when we left our Lucy Hawkins curriculum, we moved to Houghton Mifflin. So I do have some familiarity with Houghton Mifflin. I'm going to tell you, if you adopt Houghton Mifflin, you're going to see an increase in scores. It's not going to be substantial and it's not going to be continue to go up over time. But putting a tool in the hands of your teachers with resources that has some alignment to the state curriculum and has a scope and sequence will increase your test scores. Okay? Any product that you give to your teachers that has alignment, that has materials to support them, will increase your test scores from where they are now. Oops. Strengths and weaknesses of the Houghton Mifflin product. You have a large variety of books. We've heard a lot of people come forward and say we want to have a large number of books. You have tailored lesson plans that come with it. You have online resources. You're aligned to the state standard, and your resources include intervention materials. Here's what I want you to think about. When you have a curriculum and you give it to your teachers, one teacher implements it differently than the next teacher and the next teacher. Holes will develop over time. If you do not have a system of intervention, they will pull the intervention they feel is best. Teachers are each different, and that's okay. But we also have a high turnover rate. You have in your school systems right now, the average number of years your teachers are serving 9.2. That's not high, because usually it takes about 10 years to become a master teacher. I do not want you to think I'm saying you don't have master teachers in your district. You absolutely do. You have some very talented people. What happens is after time, there's inconsistency. And that's not what your children need right now. Your children need consistency. So I did put on the bottom, I should make sure I highlight that. This product doesn't meet the needs of your district. It will increase your reading scores. Your needs are greater than reading. Is that or no, you want me to go back and look at the data? The data shows you.
That one statement is based on.
That statement is based on everything that I've looked at. Your needs are greater than just reading. And I say just reading, but I'm going to tell you reading's huge. Okay? What is reading by Houghton Mifflin? It's a comprehensive literacy program. Okay? It will increase your literacy scores. So I'm making sure that you hear me say that. It will increase your literacy scores. The program will support both your students and your staff. When you are teaching, and I'm going off script here, when you're teaching using Houghton Mifflin or a product like Houghton Mifflin, you need to understand your students are not engaged 100% of the time. You break them into groups. You call up a group, you send back the group, and you give them activities to do so you can continue to teach, because you're teaching in small groups. It's ability grouping within your classroom. It's the exact same thing that SFA does in a larger group that we have people concerned about. The difference in SFA, everyone is engaged. In Houghton Mifflin, your 5 students that you're working with are engaged, and your other 20 are doing other activities. Strengths and weaknesses of Houghton Mifflin. Oops, I went backwards again. I'm struggling with this a little. Sorry about that. Okay. Okay. Success for all. In the center of success for all, it's all about a team of people working together. It's called a leadership team. It isn't about one individual trying to control a whole situation. It's called shared distributive leadership. Here are the things that SFA will work with. School-wide system of support. There would be at least a half-time person probably. This, it strikes me more like a counselor's role. Works with a group of people to address parent and family involvement, cooperative culture, community connections, intervention, and attendance. Most of those issues we've already talked about. And then at the bottom comes in the academics. Early childhood. We have a need in early childhood. Reading roots is typically in your first grade, second grade classrooms, depending on where your children are achieving. What in the world? It's blocking me.
Reading edge.
There, yeah, okay. Reading wings, typically second, third grade, but again, it really depends on what your children's skills are to be able to move through the program. Then the reading edge and tutoring. The premise behind Success for All is every child will be successful. I have to stop and address something that I heard Biff say that is absolutely not true, Biff, and I need to address it. You talked about having students with special needs being pulled out, put in a segregated room. You and I both know that cannot happen unless the IEP changes. That's the way the law works.
It happened there.
That's the way the law works.
I know the law.
It is driven by an IEP decision
Exactly.
and a team of people. It is not program oriented.
That should not happen. It's your opinion.
No, that isn't my opinion. That is law. Children cannot be removed from a general ed setting unless the IEP team says they're going to be educated in a different setting. That's the law. Comprehensive program that aligns the whole school to increase student achievement. It consists of 5 integrated elements: leadership, powerful instruction, professional development, research and results, school-wide support tools. When you think about Success for All, it is not a reading program. It is a school reform program. It is much larger than a reading program. It has a reading program as a component of it. But it really is about aligning all of the systems that you have in your school to leverage to benefit your children. I'll let you read the strengths and weaknesses. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. It strengthens consistency with curriculum across the school district, teamwork and collaboration, expectations. The students are on task and working at their own level. More time when students are engaged in the learning. There's a higher level of student growth and performance, the ability to instruct in small group sizes, and comprehensive professional development for all staff. There are weaknesses that come with success for all as well. The scheduling challenges, and they will be scheduling challenges. We have already created some problem-solving groups that our staff have signed up for, and they're working on some of the scheduling challenges. The initial cost for SFA is more than HMH. That's the initial cost. And a writing curriculum will need to be added. We also have a group of teachers that are working to define what that writing curriculum would be. I wanted to address ability grouping because it's come up a lot. So when you think about teaching reading, and I am a primary teacher, second grade for the most part, I also did some time as a reading specialist and a math specialist at the elementary level. When you are teaching reading and you are in a classroom and you are using a product, a Basel series or Houghton Mifflin, you will be doing ability grouping. You will do possibly a whole group instruction and then you pull small groups back. Those groups are based on what is needed for the individual child that you are working with. During that period of time, you typically will set up centers. Those of you who are educators know what I'm talking about. And you send your children back and they work on independent things while you're giving direction to the small group of children that you're working with. Okay? Success overall is different than that. It sets up the ability group. The groups may move into a different classroom and they get 90 minutes of direct instruction from the teacher. When you take those same 90 minutes with a product like a Houghton Mifflin or another type of a Basel series, you can divide it out. I put in here that there would be about 4 groups. Sometimes teachers are asked to do 5 groups. It depends on the range of abilities within their classroom. The cost comparison. This has been brought up before. I want you to take a look at it. So a 6-year total for HMH is $776,950. That sounds like a lot of money because it is. Reading costs a lot of money. The products are expensive. You have not had a reading adoption, and I should have looked at the year, but it's been a very long time. Your children deserve this investment. SFA, 6-year cost, $1.9 million. What's the difference? It's the professional development that's built in. It's the investment in your teachers. When you take out the professional development, and now you look at the cost comparison, and I budgeted the SFA out at 6 years so you could get a comparable. $739,000, $784,000. Can we take out the professional development? You can. And the other thing you need to know about when you are adopting curriculum, should be talking more. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine.
Okay. The other thing that you need to know is when you are adopting curriculum, those things are negotiable. So they give you an amount of money and then you negotiate from there. They're giving us a Cadillac, right? We are going to choose what it is we need in order to support our teachers. I would not advocate for taking out professional development. I think your teachers need the support.
I just want to say something, and I got to add on that, and I agree, because that's exactly what a lot of people have even said in the past when they put in Lucy Calkins. They kind of just gave it to the teachers and said, here you go, and there was none. So I think that's a huge wake-up call right there as to where that cost is coming from, and how much we're giving our teachers.
I'm glad that you think that because I am a teacher. That's who I am. And when you talk to people who have taught, We are teachers. It's not what we do, it's who we are. We are teachers. The investment in your staff creates an ability for them to do their jobs, and it also creates a value. And that value is something that our teachers might be missing right now. What is it that we're telling them? When we don't invest in the curriculum, the products they're using, when we haven't purchased things for a very long time, when we don't have that curriculum on a cycle, an ongoing cycle to say, social studies, you're important too, and we're going to get back to you. And it's going to be within a 6-year window. We may not have to always invest, but we do have to review. Yes, Colin?
I just did the number on the HMH.
Yeah.
For the 6-year to 6-year comparison of what that actually means. So without the professional development, to the professional development aspect of HMH is only 37,400.
That's correct.
So,
And I will tell you that with HMH, to be fair, I'm thinking I added 300,000 in there for years 4, 5, and 6 because their estimate had no PD during those years. And I felt like we have to have professional development because what about our new and incoming staff? We have to train them. We have to give them the knowledge and tools that they need. So I think I added it in there, but I may not have. I will verify that for you.
Ms. McCall, how much is it with professional development? How much is HMH with professional development, and how much is SFA with professional development?
Great question. It's right here.
Oh, okay.
It's right here and right
I
here.
knew it was.
The professional development looks very different. So, all right. So here are the things that I believe are worthy of consideration. So these are my opinions. When you strive for a high achieving school district, you have to leverage every resource you have, and it has to go towards a common outcome. And that outcome, in my opinion, has to be your children's education. It's critical. Systems have to be in place to ensure that where there is a need, there are resources and processes to get those needs met. The waste in the system will be analyzed and repurposed with the thought of investing in our children. It's a return on investment strategy. So Tony, I know you can't see me, but I hope you can hear me. Return on investment. All stakeholders have to understand the mission of the district and their role in supporting that mission. I'm here to tell you, I love people. I love adults. I am not here for adults. I am here for your children. Success for all is a systematic approach, and it's a whole school reform. It is not going to be easy. I'm going to tell you that right now. I'd like you just for a second, if you can bear with me just a couple minutes longer, to close your eyes. And I want you to think about this path that's in front of you, and there's a lot of stones and rocks, and it looks like a lot of trouble, and you're barefoot. You'll have to walk across that path to get to a better place. Are you going to carry the children, or are you going to have them walk on it themselves? You can open your eyes now, and I want you to think about that. What does that mean for your children? Here's the why. And I do have a story to tell you, and I'm going to try really hard not to be emotional. Am I doing? I was in one of your buildings. This was about 2 weeks ago. And I sat down. I love second grade. It's what I taught. I love second grade. And I sat down by this little boy. He didn't look like this, but it was a little boy. So this picture reminds me of him. And he wanted to be a reader. How do I know that? He was in one of those times when he wasn't with a teacher, was not getting direct instruction, but he was reading from his book box. And the book he had was a chapter book. And when you're in second grade, you want nothing more than to read a chapter book. And I thought, oh, wow, he's really got some good skills. He's reading a chapter book. So I sat down by him and I said, can you share that book with me? He couldn't read 3 pages on that book, or 3 words. And I thought, oh, this isn't good. Let's find a different book, right? So I moved down my levels. I picked another book. It was probably about a 1st grade book. I'm in a 2nd grade. I asked him to read this book to me. Let's read it together. He couldn't read that book to me. I went down a little more, probably a mid-kindergarten level book. He could read it. He wasn't fluent. And at that moment, I left the building in tears. And here's why. I knew I was going to do this. I shouldn't have told him the story. This little boy wants to be a reader. He's not reading. Where's his instruction? Because without the ability to read, it's very difficult to be successful. I'm not going to say no one ever is, but I'm going to tell you, he deserves every opportunity that you have to put in him. That's why I am here. And I'm being transparent about that. That is why I'm here. I'm not going to apologize to adults. We have changes to make. So my recommendation, Mr. File, I have done school reform before, you know that. I have worked for the state of Michigan doing school reform. It's not easy. It's going to be very difficult. But I do believe that your children in this district need every opportunity they can get. A colleague of mine who used to work with me, and he works for the state of Michigan, said, it's a matter of life and death. And I used to think, his name is Dr. Grant Chandler. You can research him if you choose to. He used to say it's a matter of life and death. And I would think he's being really, out there, which Grant could do. And I was driving over here this week, and I thought, you know what? It is a matter of life and death. Because if you cannot read, think about that. You're sitting in a classroom, you want to be a reader, you want to look like a reader. What's your next option? Sometimes it's behavior and acting out. Because now you don't want people to know you can't read, right? It's not fair to your children. It's not fair to your teachers. We have a lot of work to do, a lot of work to do. And we have to get to it. Can I ask you a question? Let me finish this and I'll be happy to talk to you. Okay? So when we talk about return on investment and how do we know if it's working, these are the metrics that we would use. We would continue to use some of those same ones that we've had before. We would also include metrics from Success for All. Those will be behavior, attendance, and some reading metrics. I'm also a firm believer in you don't use one data set. You have to use 3 and triangulate your data to see what's going on. Is it accurate? When you looked at the data at the very beginning, you saw the exact same things were happening over and over again. That tells you it's not just the test. Okay? Because sometimes it can be. So for the future of your district, this is what I hope for. I say your district, I've adopted it. It's mine too. And your children, they're mine too. We want a preschool that focuses on readiness. We're going to get that. We want a relevant and viable curriculum. And we are going to get that as well. We'll be talking more about that at the curriculum committee meeting this week. We want systematic tier 1, 2, and 3 instruction. We are going to get that. We want increased parent participation. We want increased student engagement. That has a lot to do with learning and it has a lot to do with behavior. We want resources that are aligned with the district priorities. If the priority is learning, we want the resources behind it. We want increased student achievement. It is about outcomes. We want teacher and professional development aligned with the goals of this district. Assessment systems that we can use for instructional purposes across the board, not just in one building or another, across the board. And we want to focus our resources and we want to align them with student achievement, because that's why we're all here. We're all in the same room for the same reason. It is for your children. Pretty powerful mission statement you have. So, or do you have any questions for me that I can answer? And I do have some people in the audience that I might have to call on to help when it comes to things that are more detailed.
Sure. Does anyone have any questions at all?
No, it's very good. It's a good presentation, and there's positives both. One of the things I wanted to, and it's maybe address a little bit, not all about SFA, but in the future, one of the things that one of our people had brought up in public input, I believe it was Stacia, said, talking about teacher paying for things.
Yes.
And giving them their resources. I have even back last year and before, and everybody's talked about the old $42,000 spent on people and what we could have been doing with that money elsewhere. I've recently even been at Washington, and there's a teacher that was, dig out of her pocket for something small. There's a lot of things that are just small for those teachers. I really want to, sometime in the future, really get on top of possibly getting a resource together for those teachers to dig into our pockets instead of their own. But that's the only thing I wanted to address.
I want to tell you that I agree with you 100%, 100%. And Angela and I have had many conversations about where are our resources going and how do we get on top of that and how we put structures in place, because we do spend money in ways that maybe we shouldn't, and maybe we could target it more. When I first started teaching, I made $14,888. That kind of tells you how old I am. $14,888, and I probably spent all the $888 on the children in my classroom. Yeah, I mean, that's just what you do as a teacher because it's what you love. Okay, cookies and suckers, Valentine's. That's what teachers do.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome. So, yeah.
Jamie, what direction do you think you would go if we voted no for SFA tonight? I know that's a huge question.
Yeah.
But it's a valid one. If we didn't go down that road for a total school reform program, could you give me? I mean, you're a professional in this industry. Like you've done this for a long time, so you don't always get what we ask for, right? So where would you kind of try to steer this ship if you weren't given the total school reform idea?
It would take much longer to get wherever we're going to go. We would have to create systems. Like I said, Houghton Mifflin will increase your scores. So I'm not standing in front of you telling you that it won't. It won't increase them rapidly enough, and it isn't a system. So where would I go? I'd probably go to a product like a Houghton Mifflin, knowing that I have a whole lot of work to do in professional development and upping the standards, and our administrative staff has to be in the classrooms nonstop to make sure the things are happening that need to happen. We'd have to put structures at the district level to say, if this happens, here's the intervention you're going to use, and not leave it as open for choice. It's probably what I would do.
In your opinion, is SFA a magic bullet?
No, it isn't a magic bullet. No, it is a system of supports.
So what I really like to hear is scope and sequence. It's like, I mean, that's essentially what you're trying to provide, a systematic approach that still has freedom, but it's so that we can weather the storm of this turnover of the high demand, jobs that everybody's being able to move left and right, up and down in the industries. So being able to have something consistent that we can hold on to with the professional development aspects to be able to train educators quickly, it seems like a very component point and just the key to keeping this going forward.
Another key to that, Mr. Phipps, is that your engagement for reading instruction is a full 90 minutes. It's a full 90 minutes. It's not 22 while you're with the teacher and you're pulling a book box that may or may not meet your individual reading needs. 90 minutes of instruction.
Can you explain real quickly one more time about the ability grouping and how it is different in SFA compared to Mifflin?
Yep. You know what? How about, I wonder if we have any teachers in the audience that might explain, what do you do in the classroom when you're teaching reading? Putting them on the spot. I'll explain it to you as a reading teacher. So when I'm teaching reading, what I do is I typically will give a full class lesson, right? And then I have to meet individual student needs. And I do that by pulling the groups of students. So I grouped my children. I would like to say based on data, I group them to pull them up to give them individualized instruction. While that is happening, and I have a group of, let's say there are 25 in the class, I have other things going on in my classroom. So I'm teaching my children and I'm managing these children over here. Okay. If children are not engaged, they will find things to be engaged in. And when we talk about the behavior of this district, I am telling you that is because your children are not engaged. You do not have bad children. I've seen it over and over and over again. They aren't naughty children. They are not engaged. We need to engage them.
And what is that? I'm sorry to follow up with the question. What is different with SFA to not group them into 5 separate groups?
Put them in one group. So your ability grouping, you're still doing an ability group, but I might give you this ability group that's Roots 1. I might give Carrie Roots 2A. I might give Lori Wings 1. So every classroom is working at the same level and engaged for a full 90 minutes.
The goal is like 10 to 12 people, children in a group?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, Colin.
So, some of the things that, were mentioned, that, you know, it said something about spending the ESSER funds on sewers or something like that. I mean, on sewers or whatever, you know, clearing up the smell over at Lincoln, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, the ESSER funds, those aren't able to be spent on things like that. Is that correct, Angela?
You can apply them towards air quality type qualifying purchases.
So I guess that would actually qualify, huh?
In some aspects,
Okay.
perhaps. The other thing too is we have a 20% requirement for educational based instructional strategies. And so, you know, our ESSER 2 funds, we've done, oh gosh, I can't remember the exact number, about $3 million, $2 to $3 million worth of air quality work in the district through the ESSER 2 funds, and the ESSER 3 were set aside for instructional impact, 20% of which we need to use towards those strategies and need to be earmarked. So those have even more specific requirements.
And then more to this, you know, you know, another thing that was suggested would be, you know, one-on-one tutoring as a viable option, in lieu of, SFA. How feasible would that be to solve our situations?
I think that's a fair question. And what I will tell you is the answer to that is that it isn't the interventions, it's your tier 1 instruction. Tier 1 instruction is the instruction that you give to all of your children, and your goal is to meet 70 to 80% of their needs with tier 1. And then the intervention is up here, and then special education is what we call tier 3. Okay, so if your tier 1 is only meeting 25% of your students, you will not intervene your way out of that situation. It won't happen.
Okay. Another one that I had was, the logistics of the, some of the obstacles and the, cons to SFA.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things that I wanted to be able to understand is, you know, and I know that some of the groups that we've heard from have touched on that. How manageable are they? We have a team currently working on the scheduling, and so on, but the logistics is a key component into making this happen. How manageable have you had in discussions with your teams? How manageable is this?
A lot of minds are at work on that right now. I would tell you the most difficult part will be the scheduling. Probably not so much at the elementary, except I've given some parameters to the group. And for the elementary, right now, your teachers don't have enough planning time. I'm just saying that is an opinion. I don't think they have enough planning time to get ready for the work that they have to do. So with the scheduling group, I've asked them to put an hour of planning time a day in for the elementary folks. We'll see where that comes out. That's our goal. It might not end there, but our goal will be to give enough planning time for our teachers to be successful in the implementation of their lessons. Trying to think of what other groups. Can you guys help me with that?
You talked about the writing group.
The writing group is underway. That's going to be fairly easy. A writing curriculum, someone had posted somewhere it was 600,000. Writing curriculum is not going to cost 600,000. Sometimes we can find one online. It's called an open source curriculum. We were also looking at a program at the middle and high school. We had some teachers who were kind enough to look at it for us, called Writing by Design. And I've gotten some feedback on that, but that's going to be writing team. And I think there's about 10 teachers that have volunteered to be on that team. Take a look at it. I will tell you, Holton Mifflin isn't a strong writing program either.
Okay. And then another question that I had, and then that would conclude what I have here. So thank you for giving me extra questions, guys. Staffing. One of the questions that we've heard as far as, you know, we have a hiring crisis in our inner district where we have a challenge. You know, not only obtaining the nothing but the best, but also keeping nothing but the best. When we have that type of an atmosphere, and the challenges that, you know, this may incorporate, is staffing a concern as far as being able to meet the needs of this reform model with an all-in attitude?
No, it's not a concern. Part of that is because we have hired people with ESSER funds, and when those ESSER funds go away, we have excess staff, right? So when you think about the student support system, and we have to put a half-time person at least in each building in order to manage that system, we have excess people.
Okay.
And so at the end of this year, when those funds expire, we have excess people.
We'll have to review that then, is what you're saying. All right.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Okay, I have two questions. I guess the first part is with SFA, what kind of training will there be for your teachers? And especially when they come in and say mid-year, you know, do we have plans in place for that?
Yeah, that is a great question, Kathy, because that's one of the things that's really difficult for any curriculum adoption.
Right.
And you have to always, especially nowadays, you have to think about the turnover and how you're training people. So SFA has a pretty good training system. They also have some online modules, and every single building gets a coordinator. So that coordinator would also be working with a new teacher. We happen to see that in one of the sites that we were in. I'm trying to think. Do you remember that, Sandy or Lance? Were you the two with me? Were you guys? Was it Kansas? It had a brand new teacher. She was like week 2, I think. Can you talk to that at all, Dean? Am I putting you on the spot?
It was a kindergarten teacher, and I believe I spoke at our meeting last month
that she came into this school year halfway as the school year began, and the training that she received through SFA was a one-day training for her. And she said it was the first time that she ever used SFA, and just having that day of training, she felt very comfortable and very confident in teaching from that resource, and she really enjoyed it at that time. And she said there is, one of the questions was, is it robotic? And it is, you do get to put your own style into the program as long as we're teaching the requirements of the SFA program. And she seemed very relaxed about it, and use other curriculums coming into this district that we were in.
I think she was there for a couple weeks before when we saw her, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so veteran.
And then, my second question is about specials. And I know you have spoken to some individuals about it, but what is the intention with the specials? And remember, you're talking to a board member with an art background.
And an artist, just so you know. Yep. So, well, at the elementary level, in order to give them an hour of planning time, it means you actually extend their specials, because that's how they get, that planning time. It's derived from when your children are in phys ed or music or art. So that would be an extension. When you look at the middle school level, I'm not as good at scheduling that as my middle school people. So I asked Lance, I said, if a scheduling question comes up for middle school, can you help me with it? So Lance, can I ask you to speak up regarding that?
Yeah, and we're very fortunate that the board has supported a lot of electives at the middle school and high school level. And as we look at making a schedule work for Success for All, we're looking at keeping that. And it's an investment that's been made in our students, and we want to make sure that those programs are protected.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but K through 6, or at least through 6th grade, we're required to offer certain specials too. Like they're required to have ed, music, and I believe art also.
I don't know about art.
I'm not sure. Yeah, but I know there are state requirements.
Yeah, but that was a nice try to slide that
It's
one in.
gonna be. It's gonna be. Yeah. I think, Tony, did you have a comment or question?
Yeah, thank you. Jamie, I do have a question. Is there any reason that you can see that we could not replicate the success that Steubenville, Ohio's had with the program here?
Is there any reason that we could not replicate their success? No. The demographics of Ohio are actually, I would say, a little more troublesome than what Manitowoc is. And in Kansas, it was even more so. And that's really, Tony, one of the things that, when Jim initially started showing me some data was drove me to really looking more at this, because there is no reason that your children should not be successful readers. There's no reason for it. Your EL population is not off the charts, different than others. When I say EL, I'm talking about the English learners. You don't have, you have some poverty in your district. It's not off the charts. So when we talk about poverty rates, and sometimes that correlates a lot with success, but there is no reason that your children should not be successful.
I'm really fascinated by, all the moving parts and this, and it seems like it's well thought out, et cetera, et cetera. It's a high price kind of Cadillac package.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, maybe that's what we need to do. And then I went to the WASB convention, and I attended a session that described the Hayward School District's literacy program. Now, Hayward is a school district that is about maybe a quarter size of ours. It's in the Northwoods. It's probably highly homogeneous in terms of cultural diversification. And they kind of like started to get really concerned about the fact that, their reading scores just kept going down, down, down. So what did they do? God, they do what, people in Hayward, I think, probably always do. They said, geez, we've got to find a way to like fix that up. And so what they did is they read a book called, 90%.
90.
Yep.
Yeah.
They read that book. They got a consultant from CISA 21, and they put together their own system, which really did reflect a number of things that you've talked about in the FSA.
Right.
And damn if they, their reading scores didn't immediately begin to go up. And after 4 years, they're succeeding beyond expectation with a homemade system, in a small Northwood school district that is just beating the hell out of, us and for almost no money. Now, so that led me to think, are we being oversold these big Cadillac sort of systems, saying that, all of these moving parts are absolutely necessary if you're gonna be successful at and having your kids, get a better education. And I'm not exactly sure why it worked. What they did in Hayward worked so well, but they were committed. They were really committed, which may be more possible in a smaller school district. But, I'm wondering, I mean, I don't want to, I get solicitation calls all the damn time. And I'm pretty cautious now about being suckered by the marketing techniques of big corporations. And I'm wondering if we are not enough skeptical. We're not skeptical enough to protect ourselves.
So Carrie, just to reassure you a little bit, most of your publishers are salespeople. There's no doubt about that. They will sell you something, and then when they walk away, I mean, I'm picking on Houghton Mifflin because I have the experience with them, and I come from a district of 10,000 students. Okay, so we ordered it. We were excited. The product we used was called Journeys because it was a couple of years ago, probably 2 or 3 editions ago. And what we didn't think about, because we're teachers, we don't think about all of the stuff. And when they brought the products, there were semi-loads of products. And our literacy person, who was very good, didn't think about how do we accept those materials and then how do we distribute them. We had a nightmare on our hands. We had to hire a logistics person to figure all of that out. And it took us probably 2 months to be able to distribute the materials we needed to the 15 at that time elementary buildings that we needed to distribute them to. There is a bit of a sales technique that goes in any curriculum product that you're purchasing. And I will also tell you that when Mr. File invited me to join your team, and you can attest to this, Jim, I said to him, you know me, Jim, I am about students and student outcome. And I'm going to go and I want to look at this, but I am going to look at it. And I will not recommend to anyone, despite my salary, I will not recommend to anyone a product that I don't believe is going to work. I believe this product is going to work, and I believe it's going to take a ton of work to get it to work. But you have committed people that are willing to do that. And what's your other option? You can't continue the way you're going. Yeah. 6-year trends going down, that is not acceptable. Having children come into our buildings and talk about them being behavioral issues, not acceptable. We have to do something.
I would also say that that price tag on that is $75 million a year approximately in terms of what our attempt at doing that, to figure this out, put the systems in place. That's how much we are spending a year.
So, yeah, yeah.
Carrie he does a great job. He's very informative, but he kind of created like an image that maybe you're a salesman. So before I even, before I even got to that point,
Maybe I am.
but before you even had that statement, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Are you affiliated with SFA, or you get paid through vouchers or kickbacks, or are you working for them in some way to get money on the backside? I'm sorry I asked you this, but I have to.
Yeah. No, I don't work for SFA. I work for Manitowoc Public Schools. That's who I work for. My focus will be your children, not the adults. I'm not a politically affiliated person, not left, I'm not right. I'm right in the center with a laser focus on what is best for your children. So know that. Signs don't bother me. I've been there. This to me is a greater calling. This is about meeting the needs of children in your district. I'm not selling you anything. I'm giving you all of the information that I have because again, you pay me too much for me not to.
So I lied.
Oh,
I have more questions. So, as always, I tend to ask a lot, but I think that this is important. So, one question that I remembered that we've been asked a couple times on people that are actually supportive of SFA and people that are not supportive of SFA, and that is the special ed portion. There's a large demographic in our district, and by no means should that be ignored. So are there any challenges that you foresee in the special ed programs that are going to be a challenge for those students?
so I'm going to start this off, and I know this is grammatically incorrect, but by asking a question. Do you currently have an aligned curriculum for your special ed students? That's your answer. No, you don't. Do you have interventions in place that are systematic for your students with disabilities? No, you do not. You do not.
Would this
You have an
program
over identified population? Based on your numbers, I can't imagine that you don't.
Right.
When you're working in the area of special education, and you know that I was a special ed director, so I do know the law when it comes to special education. Programs are not written into IEPs or the individual education program for a student, the plan for a student. It's not the program. You look at all the assessments, you find out what does the child need. You write goals based on what the child needs. And then the teacher determines what resources he or she will use to meet those needs. The team as a whole, inclusive of parents, administration, gen ed teacher, special ed teacher, determines where will the child's needs be met, right? So it won't be a Jamie McCall saying, I want Sally to be moved over here. That is not my call. I am well aware of that. The child will have their needs met wherever the team determines that that is appropriate.
Thank you. And the other question I would have is actually going to be towards Carrie here. So while I understand that you're in support of you like the idea of this Hayward program with the 90-90-90 book, it seems that it may be cheaper, but it seems that I understand. But what I'm saying is that seems like it would take a lot of work that we would have to put all this together, figure out how to implement, and it may not even be something that we could do with the size of the district that we have, comparing it to northern Wisconsin where there's very few people. I mean, that just seems like a very big pie in the sky type of picture that pardon the saying, but I mean, I don't know if that is even an apples to it's apples to oranges, really.
1,900 people.
I mean, yeah, so
1,900 students.
in comparison, that's a big difference. I don't
Yeah, I
know
know
if we could even-
Hilbert kind of did a homegrown thing too.
Mhm.
I haven't talked to them yet, but, again, it's a small system and I think that, in a bigger, more complex, more screwed up system than ours, it may take, big medicine.
And that's still also only that's also still only accounting for reading when there are other programs too. That we don't,
sure.
so it still doesn't even meet the needs.
I just,
So
I was asking about.
I'm done with my
I was
questions.
asking the scam question.
All right.
Matthew.
I have one last question. So when we talk about readiness for school, which is a very, so when I'm saying before the student has an IEP or K, okay, now you could get an IEP probably, but obviously, how can we address those issues without an IEP in place so that we can get them ready as best? Do you kind of have an answer to that yet? Because it's a huge component. What I'm trying to get at is because we don't have an IEP that the law is, but they're before that. So how do we get them as close as we can, or catch them up, or get them as ready as we can for kindergarten? Because I know this is a huge component of that. So
I'm gonna answer what I think is your question.
Sure.
Okay, and if not, re-ask it. So the thing that we have to do is we have to take a look at what's happening now. And with Heidi and Jenny's help, we've done that. We've taken a look at our PALS data. We have, there's been some concern about the discontinuing a contract with Head Start. Part of our work to move forward with the school readiness, and we knew we had a really quick timeline because right now is enrollment, right? So we looked at the data. Jenny and Heidi went and met with all of our partners to talk about where we had areas of concern. We talked about alignment. How can we work together? We looked at ways that we could redefine our contracts and save money to be able to reinvest it so that our K-4 students would have 5 days rather than 4, that we could pilot. And our goal really was all day, every day, 4K for everybody. Well, that's expensive, right? So we scaled that back to have 2 pilots of all day, every day. And we're still working on how do we assign students to that? How do we know who needs the all day, every day and who doesn't?
So you're kind of answering it because you're saying that we could provide an all day for 5 days a week to get ready for kindergarten.
We're going to do everything we can to get children ready. Let's say at the end of that year, we're going to give a screener. And if they're not ready, we're going to offer them what's called transitional kindergarten. So transitional kindergarten is a kindergarten program for children who may not be ready for a standard kindergarten. You do that with the parent's permission. You sit down and have a conversation, talk about what is it that you're going to see in the transitional kindergarten. It's more play-based than a typical kindergarten. And through that, lower class sizes, more intense focus on the readiness skills, so social, oral language development, things like that. At the end of that year, then it's determined, does the child go on to first grade because they have served a kindergarten year, right? Served. Or now does the child go to kindergarten? If you work through 4K and transitional kindergarten and you still have readiness skills, that's when we might want to be looking at, okay, is there something else that we're missing that we might need to do an evaluation if we believe that a child is struggling and needs more assistance or specialized instruction or fits into one of the categories that special education identifies in the state of Wisconsin? That's when we would put an IEP in place.
Are we doing any of this right now?
Of course we are.
Okay.
Of course we are.
Okay. So
yeah.
I just want to make sure that we're still doing some of that.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was my question.
We're not doing transitional K. We're not doing full day 4K. We're not doing 5 day a week 4K. That's what we're not doing.
Thank you.
Tony, did you have another question?
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to and really just emphasize what Jim brought up, which I think is a great point that we should all consider. You know, when you look at how much money we spent in recent years, you know, over the last decade, it's approaching over $750 million, right? So I certainly appreciate all the discussion, and we should have a lot of discussion around, you know, the financial investment that's involved with any program. But at the same time, we have to consider the return on investment and the total cost of ownership, right? So if you look at all that money that we spent in the last 10 years, what do we have to show for it? Right? You know, so when the board turned over last year, we had inherited a district that didn't have a functional org chart, and our kids were reading below 30% proficiency. So there's a lot of room for improvement. And I think that, you know, ultimately we should be wise in how we spend any dollars from taxpayers. But, you know, looking at the big picture, you know, and just looking at this totally objectively, right? You know, it seems like SFA solves a lot of our problems, right? It's proven that it works to improve literacy and reading proficiency in districts with challenges. It looks like there's a huge investment in staff training, which is going to benefit our teachers in the long run, and it'll solve a lot of our system issues. So I just wanted to thank Jamie for putting this together, because I think this really addresses a lot of the issues that we're facing today. So thank you.
So, yes, Jim.
I would just like to add, you know, again, this is complex data to understand, but going back to the scattergram that I showed, and I identified that some money gets transferred out. You also heard Jamie believe potentially, which I also suspected and shared with the board, that we might, like a lot of schools have, overclassified kids in because they didn't know exactly how to help. Special education is law. You pay for that before you pay for anything else. If that's an unfunded mandate. And if that money isn't there, general fund pays for it. We are up to right now $8 million, the general fund off the top balances special ed. And that's rising. Another consideration.
I was going to postpone this until we had a motion, but I think I need to say what I need to say at this point. Because we're talking about this as if it's some kind of technical problem. You know, we're talking about the parts, the process, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas I think we have fairly major social problems. You know, I want to start by saying, you know, I want to point out from my point of view that everybody wants the same thing here. I mean, you can notice by the comments from both the left and the right side of the room, you know, which seems to line up every meeting, that everybody wants the kids to do better, get a better education, have a better school system, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I don't think there's any argument about that at all. We're talking about the means of getting there. And I don't think that anybody is lobbying against the absolute need to make a change, and to make a change as soon as possible. I mean, God, we've got we've got embarrassing results, not just for the money, but, you know, in a kind of a moral mission. You know, this country is supposed to offer its children. So I want to say that there are no bad guys here either. I mean, there's been a lot of vilification of people, board members, administrative people, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think there's any bad guys. I think everybody is really trying their very, very best to do the right thing. Now, we don't always agree, you know, on what's right, I guess, and what the right thing is, et cetera, et cetera. But honestly, this seems to be one of those sort of bipartisan issues that, damn, you know, we should be able to get it together on this. The problem is that we haven't. You know, I think success for all, I mean, I think we've overly focused in a monopolistic way on success for all, without sort of seeing comparative things in order to measure it by. But nevertheless, you know, I've been pretty persuaded that it has some real strengths. It has some good methods. And I've listened to skeptical teachers who didn't think it was worth a damn that have made the trek to Ohio and Kansas and returned to testify here that FSA has many strengths, considerable virtues, and has impressive results in what it's done for the kids. And not everybody that came back was sold 100%. I think there's really some concern with the middle schools that maybe FSA shouldn't be extended to the middle schools, but that's another issue. And myself, you know, I'm always skeptical of high-priced, prefabricated, canned programs that claim to produce intellectual miracles. But I've been convinced that many of the component parts of Success for All provides us a really useful model, and a model that really could work to accomplish what I think we all want to accomplish if the circumstances were better. Now, the circumstances we're in are not good. And the circumstances are not good because of unintentional moves that we may not have, and we maybe not should have taken, or are misperceived, et cetera, But, you know, among those things are the incredible mission creep, which has converted a limited pilot program into a massive plan to rapidly and radically transform the culture and substance of the Manitowoc public school system. I mean, we never voted on like, oh, gee, should we move from this to that? We never really deliberated, you know, should it include all the schools? Should it, you know, we never discussed whether it was appropriate for the junior highs. But damn, all of a sudden we've got a proposal about to be put on the table. That's the whole enchilada. Along with that, I think the board has been involved in a deliberative process which involves the board's excessive use of closed meetings, which were once rare and now occur routinely and on a regular basis. And that has fostered suspicion.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm not getting off topic.
Don't get off topic. Stay focused.
Okay. I'm not gonna, I don't want to be
Please don't
interrupted
pander.
on this.
You're doing fine. Just don't pander to try to do that.
Oh, God, will you just leave me alone? I'm a grown-up.
Okay. Oh, stick to the point then.
You're dancing, you're dancing.
Go ahead and finish, Gary.
I have the floor, for
You're doing a
Christ's
good
sake.
job.
Will you just leave me alone?
Go.
Okay. I think we have, like, unintentionally produced suspicion, as well as a system that is, you know, in a discussion, a big general discussion that is almost completely excluded teachers. And which, along with the transformation of an interim superintendent into a full-fledged, long-term educational chief executive, while also adding a never-before assistant superintendent to the hierarchy of the system, honestly has not sold well with the teachers and large portions of the public. Now, I think all those steps were taken with good intentions. I think they've had some unfortunate consequences. So what we are left with is a situation that has produced a precipitous erosion in trust and a profound decline in the confidence of the leadership of the Manitowoc public school system. Now, I think that's a fact. I mean, people have expressed that to me at every turn. I don't think it's a result of people being bad guys. I think it's an unfortunate consequence. So as a result, wow, we're in a hell of a situation to try to pull off a massive attempt to transform this school system. Success for All itself insists that its programs should not ever be attempted unless 80% of the teachers are enthusiastically on board with the concept. And yet, here in Manitowoc, in a recent MEA survey, 55% of the respondents asserted that SFA was the wrong choice for our schools and our kids. And another 38% of the responders said they didn't know enough about the damn program to have, to have an informed judgment. This is a communication problem. And we've really neglected that because we've been focused on the technical aspects of this. Therefore, over 93% of the teachers surveyed have not been sold on the SFA proposal. This leaves us in an untenable situation, which should prohibit any attempt to undertake the adoption of this program without fixing our house. So best we think about the interpersonal, the feelings of the staff, the concerns of the citizens, and start to sell our ass off if we want to do this. Otherwise, we should just back off and focus our energies on getting the referendum passed, because we really need that bad. Again, that's all I'm going to say.
All right. So appreciate the speech. So you acknowledge that we have a problem. You're seeing that has some components that can help.
Yeah, I think it's good.
You've offered no solutions, only identified the failures.
Holy shit.
Listen.
Sorry. Okay.
I gave you the same.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
All right.
I apologize.
You've offered no solutions to counter other than a place in Hayward that is modeling a solution off of a book, and that is what you want us to adopt, even though acknowledging the fact that it only addresses a single component versus the many components that we need to address. Knowing, and you even said that in your speech. So I guess, yeah, it sounds like you're wanting to just leave it be, not address the problem, adhere to bureaucracy, and just let it sit. I'm confused as to what.
You couldn't be more wrong. You couldn't be more wrong.
Let me finish. Let me finish. What I would suggest is if we find this as a possible solution, this has possible solution, then we should take it on. It isn't the fact to ignore what it is and what it could do, because it sounds like you do agree that this possibly could solve our problems.
I said that.
And I'm
one thing
glad
you
that
understood.
you did. Right, and I'm glad that you did. But what I'm confused is as to why would you adhere, or why would you go with, let's ignore this possibly being a solution when we have no other solutions being presented.
I never said that. I never said that or implied it.
That's what I'm
I
getting to.
said that there is there is a bad set of circumstances that there are a lot of people who perhaps I think misunderstand what our intentions are.
Okay.
Who are suspicious, they don't trust us, they don't have confidence in the leadership. And so what we can do on that is that we can demonstrate to them that they have misinterpreted. You know, we could maybe even apologize for some things that we never ever explained. And we can do some retail convincing that may get more of these people on board. But we got 93% of the people, 93% of the teachers who took that survey who don't want it. Whereas, you know, I think we should have been missionaries on this. I think we should have tried to talk to the teachers and say, look, you know, good questions, and we should have answered those questions right away. I mean, I think this bullshit about, you know, all this asking for documents and all these questions that imply, you know, sinister motives. I think that's really bad, and I think we can counter that. But I don't think we've done anything to recognize that problem or anything to respond to it. So, okay.
Matthew.
I just wanted to mention that I appreciate your speech as well. I for the most part, I was like cheering you on because you really listed out a lot of amazing things, and it seemed like you're for until you got to the. I believe you kind of got sidetracked and you're going off topic, but you mentioned a couple of different things about that we neglected our communication, and I know that has been something that's been brought up before. And it's funny, I'm literally just sat and watched an entire presentation on the good things, the bad things, of what needs to be done, what can be done, what will happen, all this stuff that's getting put out as to whether or not, you know, what would happen if we don't implement this, all the stuff that's on the website that I've seen on the MPSD website, on social media. What else could we possibly do for communication and being transparent? Every time somebody, I know that we have had recently a list of questions that was sent to us by one of our community members, that there was a bunch of questions, and Jamie took the time, which, by the way, thank you. What you said before about your words to weight in gold, as little as that may be, I don't even know. I'm just saying that.
It's a lot.
Okay, but seriously, I really appreciate that. But she took the time and went through and literally one by one answered in explicit detail all of the questions that they had. And every time I hear somebody saying about transparency and communication, there's been nothing but attempts at every one of us, and especially these two here, of putting up every bit of information that we can. Any questions that come in, it seems like they have a bunch of questions, and then we'll address those questions and answer them all. And then, well, I'm going to go to this group and say, they're not being transparent. I have all these questions, and we're just chasing it around. I've never seen so much information about this one particular subject. And to top it off, you really did come across as that, you know, this SFA is something that could work. And right now we need results. We've been waiting too long. I understand that it would be nice to prolong this and take forever to get to an end. It's not, I don't want that. We need to act. I got elected to make these changes because we are in a crisis. We've said this many a times. We're in a crisis. We need to make changes. You even agreed right there that SFA does sound like it could make a change. I really don't know what else we're arguing about. This just seems so obvious what we need to do. And that's just my opinion.
I'll just answer that. It won't be successful unless we have the people who are the Manitowoc Public Schools supportive of this. This is Jamie pointed out that change is difficult.
Mm-hmm.
That if we have resistance, if we have a guerrilla war going on out there in the schools, you know, against this whole thing, it's just not going to go. I mean, you know, as good as it is, or as bad as it is, or whatever, you know, you gotta have buy-in.
I feel that as you know, I don't know how often you've been to the schools recently, but anytime I go to a school and speaking with teachers, there's definite concerns about implementation. But for the most part, like you had said in your speech prior to that, we're starting to recognize that this is a good change. This is something that is going to work. We definitely have some obstacles on implementation, but I believe the whole guerrilla war thing that you're talking is a little bit amped up. I don't think it's as bad as what you say it is, to be honest.
Read some of this stuff.
From what I see with the teachers and the administration, you know, I think we can be on board, and what we need to do is be on board. We do need to be on board. We need to do this for the children, and we all know we need to act. So that's something that we need to come together and do. As Ryan Phipps said earlier, we need to work together.
Kathy? Okay, first, I have a question for you, Carrie.
Tony's on there too.
The survey that you're speaking about, when was that?
I don't know. I mean, I just know that it was recent.
Recent meaning?
Well,
month
you know,
ago?
within the last few months.
Before and after our 51 teachers were sent to the various school districts? I mean, I'm just saying,
I don't
like,
know.
these are things to think about. Part of how misconception happens. We're saying we're not going and listening to teacher voices, but we have sent 51 people out and about. That's far more than, first of all, I get riled because I'm like, never ever in the history of Manitowoc, I feel very confident in saying that, has any curriculum been as scrutinized as this one has? Has any money and teacher voices been heard as much as any other ones? 8 years ago, when Lucy Calkins, they sent a few people out, maybe a dozen, and they came back and just said, this is what we're doing. There was no scrutiny from the public. There wasn't all these back and forth questions. So we have done more than share what we can. And there are some people who are just going to be oppositional just because they're in that mindset. And we're not going to, Carrie, you've talked a lot and I hardly said anything tonight. And honestly, the distrust that's happened with this board is not this board, it's the board. And it's been more than the last 7 months. But the ongoing trust of the board's been going on for years. And so whether it's this group or another group or a group moving forward, it's just overall distrust. So I don't know how that's ever going to be fully combated. And then what was my, I guess that's really kind of all I wanted to say. Look, last thing, I feel like we've talked about our return on investment, but I think about time. And I've spoken about this a long time ago. How can we choose not to do stuff for our kids right away? When we sit and look at our numbers, I was trying to find a row with 7 or 10 people in it, and there isn't. But how would you pick which 3 of you out of 10 people get to read proficiently? Or the little boy. Okay, how do you pick? How is that fair to our kids? 7 out of 10 kids aren't reading at their level. I again say, like I did a long, long time ago, it is not too soon to act. And every single year that we allow to happen, fewer and fewer kids are going to read with proficiency. And there's a big statement we've said many times. I've heard Jamie say it, other people say it. You learn to read so you can read to learn. And it's not just about reading, it's about systems and habit. And I kind of don't like the word systems because we're using it so much, but I get we need to be unified. And all of our kids, they travel schools. I met a guy yesterday and he said his 11-year-old has been at every single one of these schools and back and forth between some of them. So we need a consistent plan because our kids aren't just parked in one school like we used to when we went to school. They're bouncing all over the place. Maybe it's their own circumstances or that of their parents. We don't know why, but we need to have a big universal plan for all of those kids. And I'm scared to death to make a vote because I, like you, have said in the past, I'm going on a lot longer than I thought I would. I did not, I'm scared to make the right decision or the wrong decision. I'm scared to make the wrong one because we have one shot at this. Do you remember you saying that?
Yeah.
And it's scary. And I'll tell anyone, I don't think any person up here is taking it lightly. It's a scary spot to be in when we are being tasked with deciding the ability for our kids to learn, the tools to give them to learn. It's scary, people, but somebody's got to do it. And the longer we sit and the longer we take to make decisions, the more kids fall behind and the more kids that aren't reading at proficient levels. And then they're not learning in their other subjects either. And it's not a pie in the sky thing. It's going to be hard work. And that's the only way it's going to happen. But that's where I sit with it. Sorry.
Matthew and then Tony.
So Gary, I wanted to speak to a part of your speech that I really agreed with. My biggest apprehension of this program is that the middle school component.
Yeah.
Because I do believe that if we were, let me start by saying that we might not need it once we have our kindergartners all the way up till middle school understanding a system. But however, from the testimony from our middle school teachers and administrators and the data that's proven from this presentation of where we're at right now, I do believe that we need to do a lot of catch up. So like maybe in a few years or something that we might not need the middle school component if we're rocking it at the K through 5. However, the catch up is so bad right now that we have to do so much extra work that I don't want to say, let's take care of the new generation and not the ones that are in our schools right now. So I do understand that I have apprehension about the middle school, but right now we're so far behind that we need to invest in just rework.
Tony?
Yeah, Tony.
You're on mute, Tony.
Sorry, thank you. Carrie, I think you made some good points. I agree with a lot of what you said, but I'm going to echo my inner Kathy Willis. And, we have to really keep in mind, ultimately, as we decide what we want to do, what's best for the kids, right? And I think Jamie highlighted this too in her presentation. We have to operate with a sense of urgency. I mean, this can has been kicked for a while. We've done our due diligence, and ultimately, I think everyone agrees this is going to be work. It's not going to be easy. And, fortunately, we have a great group of staff, expert staff, from our admin team to our teachers that are going to, whatever we decide, are going to help us implement it. And I truly believe that, because they're professionals. And ultimately, again, I'm just going to reel this back in and focus on, we need to be moving with a sense of urgency, and we can't take years. This might be the norm for public life, but, in my world of private sector, we don't take years to make a decision, right? Like if we have a problem, we find a solution, we fix it, right? So I'm just bringing that to the forefront, is that we have to keep what's best for the kids in mind. And right now, only 30% or below 30% are reading proficiently. So that's got to be something we address ASAP.
I know I said a lot of stuff. I just want to say, people talk to me. I get phone calls, emails, letters, for God's sake, from faculty members in the Manitowoc public school system who are fearful for their jobs. Think that the teachers have just got nothing to say about any of this stuff, and don't like just the imposition of a whole big thing that's going to change their lives in ways that are fairly profound. And I just think that if we had been more inclusive, we might have really had some converts there. And certainly the people that have gone to Kansas and Ohio, some of them have some reservations. Some say, well, I don't hate the system, and I was really impressed with how well their students are doing. So we just haven't put any effort in on the missionary side of this project. Do you understand what I'm saying, Colin? I mean, it's just like, I know we've looked at this a lot, and we've talked a lot about it among ourselves.
Carrie, I think one of the things that I don't know about other people, but not once has anyone ever asked me to meet with them and I didn't go.
Yeah.
You know, and not once have I heard Jim or Jamie turning down an opportunity to talk to someone on our staff to you know, help them understand different things that are going on. And I wish I could be as hopeful as you are. I just think that there is, unfortunately, I just think that there is a faction that it doesn't matter what we bring to the table. It's never going to be okay. And so I think, you know, we were all elected into this position to weigh these different sides of everything. You know, I had a retired teacher tell me, she said, she remembers when, and we did have an assistant superintendent, by the way, this isn't the first time.
Okay.
Yeah. But Vernon Childs came in and he said, this is how it's going to be.
Oh, sure, that was then. This is
And-
now.
But it's
yeah, I
not. And so, you know, and when I think about the amount of time that we have, you know, I look at this list too. You were asking about groups, that all the groups, SFA problem solving teams, facilities group, staffing group, scheduling group, community staff education group, implementation group, writing supplement group. Do you, and correct me if I'm
At
wrong.
least 10 people on each one who signed up voluntarily. At least 10.
And repeat people. And was not everyone asked to be a part of this if they wanted to?
The focus goes
Right.
out and there's over 500 people who.
Which is different than other committees that have specialized, picked the people that they wanted to be on it. So I don't know how much more that we could have possibly done. I just think there has to be a realization in here that there are certain people at this table that are very disliked. And that's just how the public is going to perceive everything that we do.
Okay.
And Carrie, I will apologize. I was, well, no. I was a little bit harsh with you. But the harshness, well, no, but the harshness is due in part to frustration, because I do agree with the fact that there has been a great deal of effort to bring forward answers to these people. So it's just frustration. So I didn't mean to be a little bit hurt there, but it is frustration.
It's okay, Cole. I mean, that's fine. I mean, I had my say. That's, you know, all I wanted. I maybe having information from a kind of a select group or something, but I just.
I don't.
It's okay.
wish.
I mean, I love you all,
I wish.
and you know, I want the schools to be better. So I think it's just forget about trying to counter out what I'm saying and just move on.
Okay. Love you.
I just wanted to address one of the things that you said about getting letters and stuff from people. I do as well too, but one of them you said about teachers, you know, in fear for the job. And I really hope that that's not true. I really do, because the one thing I've tried to at least give the impression of, you know what I mean, is that I'm on the teacher's side. I can't tell you, like she said, anytime anybody wants to talk, I'm there. I know that these guys are as well. Even my daughter, you know, she came to me one day and she said, you know, I don't like the way they're doing the bathroom breaks and blah, blah, blah. I said, so there's rules to follow, you know. She said, well, you got to put your name on here. And I signed my name. I said, okay, so what's the problem? She said, well, somebody erased my name. I said, did you tell the teacher? And she said, well, yeah, they didn't care. I said, go to your room. You're grounded. And she said, well, why? What did I do? I said, because you're lying to me. There's not one teacher in this entire district that would ever tell you they don't care. And I know that for a fact. Because I am on their side. If anybody is in fear for the job, please come in. Bring it. Talk to us. Come to public input. Anything. Because I'm praying. I honestly am praying that is not true. I just wanted to
And I
say,
would hope that these 31 letters would be people that would come and talk to us.
Right.
Because my guess is they haven't.
yeah, I just,
Kathy,
I really pray
and
that's
then
not true.
Matthew.
Oh, no, go ahead. I'm waiting for.
Okay.
I just want to summarize
That made
what
more
Mr. Miles said in, a couple of Jamie called. Sorry.
You got it.
But it was a summarization of, we're in the business, or our job is to focus on the achievement of our children. And you said it, Jamie, you said it perfectly, but I'm not gonna be able to repeat it, so I won't steal your words. But you're not focusing on the feelings. And I think that Mr. Trask has a great point, but he is pointing out that there are feelings that are being hurt. And I did not sign up for this for the protection of feelings. I signed up to help the achievement of our children. So that's my intent. And I'm sorry if people's feelings are hurt, but I really shouldn't apologize, because that's actually the problem. I will protect and try to help the children achieve as much as possible. And if I am liked less because of that, that is a result that I'm going to carry.
Kathy. Okay.
So can I say something very quickly, because he used my name? I need to make sure that I'm clear in that it is never my intent to hurt someone's feelings. That is not my intent, but my focus will always be on what's best for kids, always.
I understand.
So, okay, I don't want to hurt people's feelings.
So I find it ironic that we're talking about teachers fearing for their jobs, because at the same time, we're talking about SFA, we're talking about, do we have enough staff for all of this? So, I guess it depends on which side of the mouth we want to talk on. But we've never talked about jobs being an issue. And, I think one of the things that I feel for is, I know there are some schools in our district that, really just don't have a lot of issues and are doing a lot of things right. There's a lot of veteran teachers, especially at one of them. And I understand, like, you don't want your boat rocked. But this is about setting up a system for all of the schools so that our kids can travel between them. It is, again, it's about the kids, and it's not healthy in all of our buildings. So, and then I just did a quick math, and I know this is kind of stretching it, but if you took our January count and took it down a notch and rounded it off to 4,700 students, if you took all of our kids and said it was okay in 12 years from now, 70% of them couldn't read proficiently, we just in 1 year, it would be 3,290 students. I mean, we have 4,700 kids, right? So that's saying 3,290 students don't get to read at proficiency. And I mean, I know we're talking about just reading, but think about those numbers. That's how big our district is, and that's how many kids we're affecting. So that's it.
Okay, any other discussion? Anything anyone
Can
wants
we
to say?
take a few minutes before we vote so that we can take?
We certainly can.
Get a quickie
Is that
before
a-
we
is that a-
Can we recess for 5 minutes?
Yeah, why don't we take
We gotta wait until.
is a 5-minute recess, okay? Okay.
Thank you.
I mean, it's fun.
I'm back, you know, I'm just gonna leave a cookie roll.
Somebody's gotta be.
Oh my gosh.
You know, I wasn't trying to push the Hayward push, but I was, the whole thing was just like, the question was, just, are we being scammed?
I'd love to hear. I'd love to know what they're yelling.
Yeah, I mean, I think they had a plan.
It's gonna
Just lots of moving pieces. I mean, it might be better served for the smaller districts, that's it.
No, I don't know.
Yeah.
Let me get another.
If you said,
I like cheese. No, it's Valentine's.
For the brownie.
Oh.
They're delicious. Katie, if you go this long without your meter, wow, but did you just get it?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I only have one.
Hey, guess what? Okay. Gonna call us back from our recess. It's 9:23. And are there any motions anyone would like to?
Are we waiting on a motion to vote or? Are we waiting on a motion to vote?
You gotta give the gavel a little whack there.
Well, they really do.
Okay, we're gonna come back into the meeting here. So we have a recommendation for Success for All.
That's okay.
And do we have a motion, a second? I'd be looking for a motion in a second.
I make a motion.
Okay, Matthew makes a motion.
I'll second it.
Tony, second. All right, any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of adopting Success for All, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion carries.
Ooh.
Okay, the next item is the Buildings and Grounds Committee meeting made a recommendation to bring forth the
Right.
playground
The
project.
Jefferson.
Yeah, at Jefferson. And so there is a motion, a second. So is there any discussion on that?
I'm sorry.
We gotta talk about the Jefferson project.
Yes, I mean, I'm gonna motion.
Well, we already have an emotion and second out of your committee, Carrie.
Okay,
So I'm
yeah,
just
go
looking at.
ahead, gonna move ahead with the Jefferson schoolyard,
Yeah.
which, we rebid and came in at a little bit more. But, you know, in consultation with Ada, well, the bucks are there. So I think I would urge that the board approve the Jefferson schoolyard, which is been a mess for what you want. And,
I guess that was my only question is, since it is now we're over budget, I think 100,000, is that right?
Yeah.
well,
But 124,000, I believe.
Where does that funding come from then?
We can still get that within Fund 46 and just the general list of potential projects to cover over that money just gets shifted and rearranged.
Okay.
We rolled the dice and waiting for it, you know, hoping that prices would come down, and they didn't. And right now it's looking like it's just gonna get worse. That's why we need to act now and approve it.
Okay.
I'll speak to the kind of the project itself, but there's some things I don't quite, maybe understand because I don't have the whole scope of the work. But the spirit of the work, I completely agree with. I mean, that we want to use money that really helps our children have a better experience at the most inner city level of our district, quite honestly. But the price tag with that is hefty because of the issues that have been around this facility for forever.
Okay.
Sorry, no need to apologize.
With the issue of this facility being that it kind of turns the mud right away after the kids start playing on it. The people that were tasked before me, they tried to come up with a long-term solution to this problem. So they kind of went with artificial turf, so artificial grass, which is very expensive. And the lifespan hopefully is 15, 20 years. But it's providing a long-term solution to the problem that's already been spent money on numerous times to try to address it. So with the price tag being very high, it does concern me. However, with this project, the money is going directly to our children's experience at that facility for long-term, hopefully. So I am for it. I just wanted to express my concerns.
Okay, any further discussion? Colin?
Just weigh in. I mean, I'm always cautious about big ticket, things like that. And I guess it's, when do you do it? When's the ideal time? It doesn't need it. There's a lot of things that in this district that are needed. A lot. And some of that is starting to get a list together now, and you gotta pick and choose which is the most important, what is your priority. And that's the tough part, is finding which is your priority to focus on when there's so many needs in the district. So I'll support it. There are a lot of needs in the district, and I want people to be aware of what the fact that those things are. And
I'll just say something of sentiment to arrest his conscience there about spending too much money.
I know.
I mean, we're the kids at Jefferson are the poorest kids in the whole
I
damn
know.
system. And they have had a schoolyard that has been mud for years.
Right.
And, and they also have the smallest play yard that there is in the system. So, I feel like, well, okay, I'm voting partly with my heart, but I don't apologize for that. And
Yeah.
I don't think we should do that.
No, I'm not apologizing
No,
for it.
and the activity level of the children as well, I believe we've already looked at some studies as well too, that affects their health. I mean, the more opportunity they have to play and be active outside, and it's a health issue as well too. And I know it's, you're really diving down and reading into it that way, but it truly is. So, like Carrie said, these kids they need something, and we owe it to them. So, and we, like I said before, we rolled the dice trying to see if we could save some money, and we didn't. And right now, we're looking down the barrel of probably having to spend more if we delay it any longer. So, pulling the trigger on this now is probably our best bet.
We promise we won't do any more big ones.
Right.
I mean, if it needs, it needs, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully with our strategic plan, I mean, not even hopefully, but that we can start, really creating those. And so, in the priority list. And so when these things come up, that we had planned for it, which is good. So
You gotta pick a way of that stuff.
And you gotta provide for the kids. I mean, that's what we're doing.
So, yeah, I mean, my big thing with this is I want, that facility to be a beacon of, this area and if we can have more incentive for more children to have a better education on achievement side, but a good experience as well. This is one way that we can do it. I do know that facility has roof issues as well. But, so I would completely understand if the board didn't decide to do this. However, it's been in the works for a few years now, and I think we can use it as a beacon to make our school district more of a destination. So I've been forthright about saying, hey, we need to promote this from the school level, in communication with the principal. She's obviously excited like no other, and we're going to use this as an invitation to say that we're going to take care of every one of our students, just like we promise every day.
Oh, yeah.
okay, well, if no further discussion, all in favor of moving forward with the Jefferson Playground project, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right, other business items, a report on the WASB state vacation.
Oh, I'll be really short. It was good. And it was very long as the representative for our district. Our meeting is supposed to go from 1:30 to 3:30, went to 5:30, we lost quorum. So we did pass 12, we only addressed 12 out of 19 of the proposals of the resolutions, and all of them passed. So I don't know what they're gonna do with the other 7, if they'll be tacked on for next year.
Okay.
But that's the only part I'm gonna speak about, and I know that Carrie wanted to say something.
Yeah, I want to thank the Maurer Public School System for, paying the freight, for a hotel room that God was more expensive than it should have been. But, and had a lovely dinner, at Mater's, and Jim Fowle picked that up. So, but I really appreciate it because it gave me my annual fix, my annual fix on, listening to kind of exciting ideas and getting experience from other parts of the state and meeting and, I talk a lot, so meeting and talking with people who, just really had some interesting things to say. I did go to the Hayward session. I went to one on strategic planning, which, was pretty good. And, I just think the quality of the sessions are really stimulating.
That's great. Yeah. So two things to add. I guess I was thinking only one. One, I didn't appreciate all of the sessions that I went to because a lot of them were trying to sell us stuff, and that I didn't like.
No.
You know, I wanted to like learn about certain areas and stuff and let it go from there. But the exciting part for me was to come home and the following Monday I learned that I won $500 from Delta Dental for our district.
Wow.
That's right in the pot.
Oh,
So that's going right in the pot. So, you know, and it was just because I threw my name in the pot. So I had to bring it.
Be happy.
Yes. $500, but.
Okay, just remarks from board president, Matthew Spalding already talked about this, but that 2023 Day of the Capitol, I thought would be something good if anyone else wanted to do
What are
that.
the dates?
It's Wednesday, March 22nd. You know, and I think, you know, as we start talking about, and then I'll kind of lead this into our governance discussion too. You know, with this whole state formula, we really need to be doing as a board. You know, as part of our governance work is really lobbying, you know, some of these groups to get that changed. So, so I think it's a good thing. I'm glad you guys are going.
Who all is going? I know a lot of good Democrats
I know Matthew.
in the legislature.
Matthew's
I
going.
will be really happy to say
I'm going.
Yeah.
But if you want to come, I want you to come with me.
Yeah, Jim's going.
I'll go.
Matthew's going. Yeah, I think it would be, I don't know. The other thing that I wanted to, oh, yeah,
Just for that, if you are going, let me know so I can get it registered and let me know for sure, because a lot of times the refund is not there to do after deadlines.
I'm for sure going. I don't know if, I know that, they had mentioned something about, I don't want a hotel or any of that stuff. I'm gonna drive early in the morning, get there and drive back.
So
Yeah,
it's
same.
one day.
sure.
Okay,
Yep.
so it'd just be the class
Yeah, I'm
registration.
not gonna be staying anywhere. I don't
Could
need
we go-
meals, none of that stuff.
Ah, shoot.
Just a registration.
When is it?
Wait.
March 22nd. One of the other things I really like too is that you get to meet with the legislators of your district, which I think is key. That's gonna be in the afternoon. So,
I can go. I'm gonna have to duck out during that for a little bit, but I can make it. I'll drive down too.
so,
We're gonna go down
so
there
yeah,
yourself?
so Lori,
Yeah,
let
you can
Lori
ride with
know
me if you
if you
want.
don't know tonight, let her know ASAP so she can, yeah.
Thank you.
And thank you to those that are willing to drive and not stay over. Madison's kind of lucky. Oh, okay, so then the next thing that I was gonna bring up, this kind of gets into our part of future meeting dates too, is we talked about it at the governance committee of doing a special meeting to discuss kind of implementation issues, but also you know, is there a better governance structure for us to do as a board? So I did send out an email, just dates for everybody, and it sounded like it was okay if it worked out with scheduling, that we would do our next meeting would be an extended meeting where we would just focus on that, which would be our governance model and also just kind of implementation of our goals and things that we have. So it's going to be a more of a, just kind of a strategic planning meeting. But we thought it would be best to do it during that session rather than tacking on a third meeting sometime between February and March.
Is that
When were you?
22nd of this
I,
month?
because on the minutes you said maybe a retreat
28.
or.
Yeah, so this,
or-
we're gonna do it, yeah, we're gonna do it the night of our second meeting. So
Okay.
coming up, so we're all available the 28th.
Oh,
Yeah,
we gotta send out
28th.
the pizza.
Right, yeah, yeah.
it's
So
also-
we'll,
With agenda items though, specified agenda items.
yes, we'll specify the agenda
Okay,
items,
Kemp,
absolutely.
there's just to highlight, you know, one is we started incorporating the minutes, which doesn't take much, but the other thing is a personnel report would be beneficial, even though we believe it would be short.
Oh, okay.
You know, just taking care of some business so that we keep
Sure.
this continuity of what we're doing.
Right, but the bulk of it
But
will
the
be
bulk of
just,
no adding other items and stuff like this, just essentials,
Mhm.
you know, that we can probably get through pretty quick.
Especially for them.
Yeah.
About it.
Okay. And then, with the executive committee, I got a message today from Dave Dietrich. And we had talked about meeting again as with the foundation board as with their executive team. And he did give me a couple dates. He said what worked best for them is a Wednesday, because that is when someone's in town.
Are we looking in February or March?
This is March. They preferred, March 22nd, which you guys are gonna be gone, some of you, so let's not do that one, or March 29th. Sure. Would that day work? Can you just make sure that?
My computer's dead, so I can't look at my camera.
Oh.
I'm okay with 29.
Well, this is just for the executive committee.
Oh, okay, good. I
Yeah,
was
so,
saying, Just two.
29th.
Plugged in.
So I will get back to him, and I think we'll do like we did last time. We will invite them for a noon lunch here.
Yeah.
29th.
Go with them.
At noon.
At noon, yeah.
I do not, I would refrain from lunch, so I'm fine without that, please.
Oh, you're not eating these days?
I don't know. I'm trying to do a little bit more
Intermittent fasting?
Yeah, here and there, I
You just had a cookie.
I did, yes.
Okay.
And obviously it doesn't look like I'm, yeah.
Okay.
I need something.
Okay, so then, and then Colin, did you want to talk about your school forest meeting?
So I met with the school forest ad hoc. That was a great discussion. We discussed the overnight. There was discussion about the autumn olive invasion. So like an invasive species, and then also an update on the boardwalk. You know, Kelly Boron does a great job and has written quite a few grants. She also has was instrumental in making this boardwalk happen. So that was just some of the discussion that took place. It was a good discussion. Then another one that I had was I had a meeting with the Student Senate at Lincoln. It was really cool.
And just to give a little history about this, so they sent us a video. I don't know if you guys remember last year, they sent us a video wanting to get involved. And I had been playing email back and forth. And so we just finally, got back together with them, and Colin went to represent us. And I know Jim has talked about too, that you've always been on boards where they had a student representative.
Non-voting.
So,
So the part of the discussion is one, they wanted to just, see what is that group kind of going to look like. They wanted to discuss, they know what the board, did and operated and what their purview was. It was really good. What they're envisioning is to go to the population, the Lincoln population, kind of get a feel for how they want to be represented by their Senate, and then they would be engaging hopefully the vice president continual, and it would be hopefully continuing on like that. And then the vice president would bring it to the board, all those things that would be discussed, and inform the board of what their student population is desiring and what they're wanting to weigh in on. It was a great opportunity to hear, what some of their thoughts are, and they're really taking a great leadership role in their schools. So they definitely should be commended. And Principal Tennis, you know, he's guided them too. There's lots of people that are mentoring them. We had Teacher Cotto, he was there, and he was also kind of guiding some of the discussion. Just you know, this group too. It was great to see that, you know, there's that kind of leadership at Lincoln, and these are some bright kids.
Nice.
Alan, with the school forest, is it multiple nights or only one? Or what was the discussion? Because when I went to school forest, it was all week. It's 4 nights.
Yeah, I think some of the details for that is still coming. They're trying to work through some of those details. So I don't really want to get too much into the weeds because, you know, I know some of the discussions are still taking place. Just knowing that there was some of that discussion, just kind of reporting that there was some of the discussion taking place on that. So, and I don't want to, you know, I guess steer off course some of that work that's being done on that.
Sure.
Okay, any other future meeting dates? I believe tomorrow there is finance. Yeah, finance. Curriculum is coming up.
Yep, curriculum meets at 5 o'clock on the 23rd. And actually, I'm looking at having an ad hoc committee meeting on the 27th.
Okay.
Potentially. So still making sure that all of those, you know, people are available and stuff, and checking to make sure there aren't any other meetings that would interfere. But that's what we're looking at. So
okay. Nothing for buildings and grounds right now?
No,
okay.
Next month.
Okay.
It's not, I don't think there's any issues right now.
All right, so that's that. So our next item is our closed session. So the Board of Education will vote to convene a closed session for the purpose of the following matter. Consider the employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of a public employee over which the government body has jurisdiction of exercises responsibility. This meeting is authorized pursuant to section 19.85 subsection 1C of the Wisconsin statutes. And we're going to be reviewing potential resignation agreements. And we do need to do a roll call vote for
I
this.
need a first and a second. and then a
Okay,
fourth.
so do I have a first and a second? Please. So moved by Matthew Spalding. Is there a second? Second by Colin Burnell.
Colin Burnell.
Aye.
Matthew Phipps.
Aye.
Stacy Sulin.
Aye.
Matthew Spalding.
Aye.
Gary Trask.
Aye.
Tony Vostelko.
Aye.
And Kathy Lynn.
Aye. Okay.
Little recess while we're.
It's so.
we're live again.
Yeah, we're recording. Do they know that?
Hey, we're all live.
Oh, we're live.
All right, I hope that we approve the.
Well, we have to go back into
Yeah,
open session.
We're in open session.
yeah, we did that. We're just.
Okay, yeah, we're in
We are.
okay.
I move that we approve the resignation agreements with Pam Lensmeyer and Jason Bull.
A second?
Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. And then I will be looking for a motion to adjourn.
I think that
Rory wants to make their one.
I have a motion
for a
from
little while.
Colin and a second from Kathy. And, okay, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, thank you, everybody.
Thanks, guys. Great meeting.
Good night.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you, Tony. Travel safely.
Yeah,
Where are you, Tony?
get out of that country.
California.
Oh, my daughter's up there. Say hi to her.
Yeah. All right, we'll see you guys. Have a good night.
Make sure you get out of that country safely.
So anyways.
Bye. See ya.
A lot of that
So
stuff there.
our whole relationship started with a comedian called John Kipper. She had posted tickets on Facebook back in 2012. That hey, I was selling tickets, and I said, yeah, I'll get those. Let me buy those tickets. She had already sold them, so I was like, oh, okay. And so she ended up, so she ended up asking me out. And I was like, oh yeah, cool, thanks.
Like, did you see each other?
We grew up together.
Oh, you grew up together.
Well, we
Okay, so
were-
you didn't know each
I
other.
knew it. I knew her from since high school.
Okay.
So this Saturday, I was playing up at Skyline Comedy Club. So I took